All right, testing. 1, 2, 3. Testing. 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 All right, testing. 1, 2, 3. Testing. Testing. Okay, sounds like we got the audio back. All right, thank you guys for your patience. Hey everyone, my name's Anthony. This is Puget Sound Storm Watch. Welcome to tonight's live stream featuring the potential thunderstorm outbreak. Yep, just checking the stream on my phone right now, and we are good to go. So let's get started, shall we? Okay, thank you for the 1 like on the stream. Also, for those of you viewing, all 9 of you right now, once again, I'd like to thank you guys for your patience. The comment window is open. So if you guys have any questions about the weather tonight or anything you want to ask me in general, feel free whenever you're ready. My plan is to stream through at least 4 o'clock p.m. That is assuming everything goes as planned. We'll be taking a look at some forecast models as well as some sites that I like to look at for this. One thing I do want to bring up real quick is this severe thunderstorm watch that was just recently issued for parts of extreme southwest Washington as well as western Oregon and some of extreme northern California. So the good news is the tornado threat for this is extremely low. There is a moderate chance of any severe wind or severe hail. So severe wind is 58 plus mile per hour wind gusts, and severe hail is 1 inch or greater diameter. So for Washington, this only includes, this is Clark and Skamania counties. So a couple of the sites I like to use for weather are Pivotal Weather, of course, and Weather Bell Premium. Alright, do we have any new comments? If you have any questions, feel free whenever. I'll be more than happy to answer them to the best of my ability. We're now at 63 subs on the channel. Thank you guys so much again for subscribing. This is down from 24. So we've gotten 39 subs today alone. Incredible. My goal is to get us to 100, if not higher, by the end of this stream. Then a live look at the current radar. This is through the College of DuPage. This is the Camino Island radar. At the moment, it's showing some pop-up showers here in the South Sound, Southwest interior. These are going to be moving northwestward. So we actually just had a little isolated shower come through my area, but didn't do very much. Didn't have anything registered on the rain gauge. Okay, Jody asks, what time do you expect it to hit the Olympia area? So originally the time frame was around 6 or 7. Let's go to the most recent high resolution rapid refresh model and see what it has to say. I think, yeah, the whole 19Z run is rendered. So this is as of the 12 p.m. run. We're going to switch the time over to Pacific time, and we're going to see what the model says as we put it into motion. So this is the plume I'm watching right here. This is what will cause us most of our problems tonight. So it had some storms. This looks like 8 o'clock p.m., so accounting for about a 1 hour deviation plus or minus. It could be any time between 7 p.m. and 9 p.m., but according to this model, it says Olympia is going to be getting some action right around 8 o'clock p.m. And then this feature will start to push up into the Tacoma area, and by the next hour, it's already in Seattle. So this is going to be a pretty quick moving system for the most part. Yeah, it shows some strong cells up over the Bellevue area, right over downtown Seattle. And then we've got some approaching the current fire burning up here. I think the Jupiter fire. All right, Jody says thanks. Jody, you're very welcome. Thank you for tuning in. Much appreciated. If you have any other questions, feel free to ask. And if anyone wonders why I'm looking around, it's because I've got 4 different screens, all doing different tasks. So I'm looking at the radar on my left screen, but it shows it as the right screen as it's mirrored. But I've got the chat on the right screen, and I've got my recording software here on the center screen. And I'm also looking up at my TV, which is relaying alerts from the Seattle and Portland weather forecast offices. So in case anything comes up, I can cut right to the chase and tell you what's going on. Let's refresh this. We are at 64 subs. Thank you so much to everyone who's subbing. You are making this stream entirely possible, and I thank you so much for that. I don't even have words. Alright, this radar is showing some pop-up showers near Renton, maybe a little bit to the north of Kent. Once again, these are going to be moving about north-northwest, but this is not the main feature. Looking outside my window right now, we've got abundant scattered clouds, mid-level clouds, nothing really low-level or high-level yet. That is still quite a bit south of the area. Now let me just go check the Facebook page real quick. Guys, feel free to ask questions on the Facebook page too, and I will do my best to get to them in a timely manner. Alright, so looking at this severe watch closer for Oregon, it's predicting wind gusts of up to 70 miles per hour and 1.5 inch or greater diameter hail, both of which are virtually unheard of around this area. Or I should say that area, excuse me, that area. Okie doke, so we got one question on the YouTube stream so far. Any other questions, feel free to ask. Got 11 of you guys on here right now, by the looks of it. For those of you just joining, welcome to the stream. My name's Anthony. I am the host of Puget Sound Stormwatch. Would also like to point out on this model run of the HER 3KM that it shows a potential second event following. This is later on in the morning, Sunday, 4 a.m. A potential second round of thunderstorms there. And then we hit the end of this forecast model run. Okay, so Sharina asks, what is the most recent thunderstorm event that is forecasted to be comparable to? And you are correct, September 7th of 2019. Basically the most prolific lightning show that I've ever seen in my lifetime. Other than that, really this could also be comparable to May 4th of 2017. That's when we had a severe weather outbreak, mostly in southwestern Washington. We actually did have a severe thunderstorm watch up here as far as Pierce County, and it covered the rest of Thurston, Lewis, and Portland's county warning area, which includes Cowlitz, Clark, Skamania, Pacific, and Wahkiakum counties. We actually had a severe thunderstorm warning here in this area, Lacey, where a microburst did occur. Very rare for this area. It's a downburst of wind that blows wind in all directions. It's not necessarily straight line winds. Could have some more of those tonight or tomorrow morning if the storms were to break up enough, but it looks like this is a pretty organized event. See potentially some of these isolated cells right here. And then Merrick asks, slightly raining here now. Do you know if we'll get thunder and lightning? Yes, so there is a very good chance that you'll see thunder and lightning tonight. Most, if not all, of Western Washington is going to be under the gun later on. So the storm should start to enter Lewis County sometime between 6 o'clock and 7 o'clock. Let's once again go look at the radar a little bit to the south. I'm going to go to Portland's radar, and this is going to show you. This is our area of interest right down here. Let's go to the satellite, show you. So the satellite's got to update. Hang on just 1 second. There we go. And then this shows you all of the lightning strikes that the Windy app is picking up. So this is the complex that we're going to be watching right here. And if we put the visible satellite into motion, it'll show you the evolution of it moving to the north-northwest and all of the lightning strikes in real time. So if we go to the infrared satellite, this shows you the cloud tops. The darker the colors are, then the higher the cloud tops. So for example, the green is higher than the blue. And this is a big plume of moisture right off the coast. This is producing isolated thunderstorms, but the big story is what's going on down here. Okay, and then Sharina and Merrick, you guys are very welcome. Thank you guys for tuning in so much, and if you have any additional questions, feel free to ask whenever you feel like it. I am more than happy to answer them. Alright, now I want to compare this to the North American model for the same time range. This is 7 o'clock p.m. and it has the storms a little bit farther south. This is over Skamania County. And then it has some isolated storms forming right over Olympia at 8 o'clock rather than a whole complex band moving in. This has most of the action near Mount Rainier. And then Sharina once again asks, do higher cloud tops pull from areas of greater atmospheric moisture? So, high cloud tops usually form from increased convection, which is rising and falling currents. So, the greater convection you have, then the higher the cloud tops can go. Wish I could give you a more simplified answer, but let me think of an example. So, yes, moisture is critical for forming a thunderstorm. You've got to have moisture. You got to have a source of lift. You've got to have instability. So we have plenty of moisture in the air right now, and the moisture is only going to increase with time as this band comes in. And then as we progress through the night, this has Tacoma getting some close-range lightning and thunder by 10 o'clock p.m. And then it has a huge thunderstorm complex coming through the downtown Seattle metro by 11 o'clock. And this has this band holding its strength pretty well into the BC border. And as a matter of fact, it has some thunderstorms right over downtown Vancouver at 2 o'clock. Once again, this is going to be pretty in and out, fast moving. So that is the North American mesoscale model. And I guess, Sharina, to get back to your question real quick, this is why I like pivotal weather. We can use a tool called a sounding to predict how high or low the cloud bases are going to be, as well as the cloud tops. So this looks pretty confusing at first, I do understand that, but the green is the dew point and the red is the temperature. So the LCL green line here is where the cloud base is likely to form, and then the equilibrium level should be where the cloud tops expand to. So right now there's really not much energy to work with. That's what the cape is here. And then this is the cape inhibition. This is what's holding the energy back. And then as we put this into motion slightly, doesn't show very much happening right now, but those levels are moving quite a bit. This has the cloud base near the surface. All right, and then we have a couple more questions coming in. Merrick asks, do you think this will potentially increase the risk for fires in Washington? Mainly Eastern Washington, if anything. So Western Washington is having a bit of yes, it's having a bit of a dry period, but these are going to be very wet thunderstorms compared to the dry thunderstorms we've been having, just because this moisture plume is pulling in so much moist air from the southeast. It's pulling it from the southeast up to the northwest. Excuse me. Going back to the visible satellites. Looks like Salem's about to get in some of the action. Eugene's got it right now. Going back to the radar, let's go down to the Medford radar. All right, Matthew, welcome to the club. Nice to see you here. It's all good. You're not missing very much so far. America and Sharina, you guys are very welcome. Hopefully the answer wasn't too broad or vague. Just trying to think of answers on the fly while I'm doing all of this is kind of an extreme sport, so thank you again for bearing with me. The radar of interest right now is definitely the Medford radar, though. So this is our area of interest that is rapidly moving north-northwest. And actually, I believe this storm down here went severe warned earlier. And this whole area now is under severe thunderstorm watch. Alright, Matthew says 20Z Her has some interesting wind. Let's go take a look at the 20Z Her real quick. Perfect, the 20Z Her is fully rendered. And I saw actually, I believe it was Whidbey Island Weather, Jonathan, pointed out that this was potentially forming a bow echo-like feature earlier. And that would just mean an increased threat for damaging winds upstream of this. But then it has it becoming a little more disorganized as it moves into the Tacoma area. Slides north, has a bunch of pop-up cells ahead of it. This could get very interesting. And then it has it slightly weakening by the time it gets up into the BC border. We're at 2 o'clock now, 1 o'clock. Midnight, 11 p.m., 10 p.m., 9 p.m., and so on. Okay, Merrick says he's doing a good job. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. So now let's go look at the wind profile that Matthew's talking about. You must be talking about at probably 2,500 feet, right? If we go look at the 2,500 feet winds, see this is as of the 1 p.m. run, showing a lot of northeasterly flow. And then as we put this into motion, it switches to northerly, really starts to kick up over the sound. And then watch what happens as this storm complex moves in. See, this is where the winds are converging. And you can see this huge burst of southwesterly wind. This is 8 o'clock p.m. and then it just gets crazy from that point on. Like this has a max of 42 miles per hour. This is over the middle of the Kitsap Peninsula. And then after that, winds will switch out of the southwest, and then it just starts getting ridiculous over the Admiralty Inlet. Like, look at this. This is midnight, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock. And winds also pick up a bit again as we go into the morning from the south. So that's the end of this Her run. And then Matthew also says surface winds look pretty good too. We'll go look at the surface winds real quick. Do it in miles per hour. So this is the forecast at 5 o'clock right now. This is frame number 4. So 6 o'clock, winds are still howling pretty good out of the northwest. And then once again, watch as the frames go on. It's going to make an abrupt shift. Yeah, the wind's all over the place. Now let's look at wind gust swath. This one had some, yeah, it's got some fascinating numbers on this run, the 20Z. That's a 52 mile per hour wind gust near JBLM. If that's convective, then that's something I very seldom see on this side of the mountains. Even up here near Seebeck, this is pushing 60. Like, that could easily be a severe storm if it ends up being convective. Way up here over near Abbotsford, BC, 57 mile per hour gust. Got some really impressive numbers for this area. This event could very well overperform what the models are saying. Let's go pull up dew point depression. This is the difference between the dew point and the temperature. And this is in degrees Fahrenheit. So what you want for good storms is for this number to be as close to 0 as possible. So for most of the Puget Sound, this is 1 and 2 degree dew point depression. So this just means that the lower levels, this is 2 meters, so about 6.28 feet above the sea level. It's going to be very moist down below after this air mass moves through. Like, look at how quickly it goes from a 20 degree depression, 25 degree depression to fully saturated, just like that. Similar story with the relative humidity. Goes from about middle ground, 60% to 65% in the Seattle area, to upper 80s to mid 90s after the system moves through. The one thing that was pointed out on on Michael Snyder's stream was the 0 to 6 kilometer wind shear. It's a really impressive amount of wind shear in the lower and mid levels of the atmosphere as this comes through. Like, some of these values are showing up to a max of 79 knots of wind shear, which is, off the top of my head, that's around 90 miles per hour of shear. It's the knot value times 1.15 to get to miles per hour. Another thing I want to look at is the lightning flash density, and this has been increasing with every run as well. Even down below here, this is pushing near 5 flashes. This is also in per square kilometer for every 5 minutes. This is what's called instantaneous lightning flash density. And so watch as this pushes north as time goes on. So this is 8 o'clock. It's showing you're going to see some lightning flashes to the south, but not very much. But then watch as this moves north. You're going to get an abundant amount of lightning here in the central, like extreme central Pierce County area, northern Pierce, southern Kane County. And then this somewhat picks up on potentially a second feature moving in. Not as abundant lightning, but the lightning chance is still there. It actually increases briefly as it goes through the Seattle corridor, then starts to dissipate as it moves north. Alright, so we have 12 viewers right now, 7 likes. Thank you guys again for liking the stream. If you guys like what you see so far, feel free to share it to people that you know that would be interested. Let me go ahead and check the Facebook page one more time for any questions. I have gotten a lot of questions, like a huge mother load of questions, so my apologies if I don't get to everyone's questions on Facebook. So Ashley Blakely on Facebook asks, will this hit Eastern Washington? I'm in Wenatchee. Yes, there is a considerable chance that this does affect portions of central and eastern Washington. So it has this pretty nice storm forming over northwestern Yakima County, which moves into Kittitas County pretty quickly. We'll have to zoom out to get the big picture. So let's go to the Washington State zoom. And it has some storms as far east here as Chelan County going into Douglas County, as well as a chance of thunderstorms within this band moving into Okanagan County. This is going to be a very widespread event. So watch as it starts from nothing really and then turns into something like that. So you've got a complex of isolated storm cells over the Oregon Cascades, and it's going to broadly expand as it reaches the SeaTac I-5 corridor. It looks like it's going to be at its strongest around 8 o'clock p.m. in the South Puget Sound, if all goes according to forecast. Let's look at some 1 hour precip totals excuse me again, according to the high resolution rapid refresh model. So let's zoom back into the Seattle area in particular. That way we can see some really specific totals. So this has a maximum of 1.34 inches per hour over north central Lewis County here. And wow, look at this. This is a new development. This is pretty close to 2 inches per hour here. This is around Yelm, McKenna area. A brief burst of rain from that thunderstorm moving through, and then things kind of start to die off a little bit as it moves north. Won't produce as much rain. However, what we need is some rain up here in the Jupiter fire burn scar that's currently burning still. I believe it actually doubled in size overnight, if I'm not mistaken. Feel free to correct me on that. But we got some pretty heavy rainfall amounts up to 1 inch per hour over the Hood Canal near Tahoya. And then watch the second burst of rain come early in the morning, up to 1/4 inch per hour in some spots of the South Sound. It'll gradually weaken and move north. And we do have some isolated spots of rain here. This is really close to the Jupiter fire, actually, so that's a really great sign. All right, back to questions. Wes asks, is there any chance for any tornadic activity? That's a wonderful question, and the vitals really aren't there right now in this area for any sort of tornadoes to form. Also, let me check the sub counter. Oh, I swear it was going to go up to 79, but it's up to 70. So, yeah, we're doing good, guys. Thank you guys again for subscribing. Now, back to the previous question. There were a few soundings that actually did show weak tornado. However, they're mostly in Oregon. Let's pull up an example real quick. So I'm on the HER 3KM. I'm going to switch this over to significant tornado parameter. I had someone bring this up last night to me. They clicked in an area where the STP value was abnormally high for this area, and it showed a tornado sounding. Which, see, right there, says marginal tornado threat over the Cascades. So 57 degree dew point is predicted at the surface. This is the 18Z run of the HER, so actually let's switch it to the 20Z, so I'm not basing it off of old info. Still the same story, still says possible hazard type is marginal tornado. 56 degree dew point at the surface, 62 degree temperature at the surface. We got this little low level capping inversion that's kind of holding things off. See, the CAPE inhibition is minus 136 joules per kilogram right now. Lots of surface CAPE and most unstable layer CAPE though. And the cloud base is right about where you want it. Sort of. If it got any lower, then the tornado chance would be a little bit better than what's out there. But if you have a high cloud base, you're going to have most of the time drier thunderstorms with less precipitation, and there's more, as you would call it, stuff in the way between the ground and the base of the cloud. You want less of this stuff for a better tornado threat. So that's only here in the passes though. If you go out to the Puget Sound where it's 0, it says there's no possible hazard type. So you look at this LCL value, the lifted condensation level. This is way higher. This is up towards 2 kilometers. So yeah, the chance of a tornado is slim to none around here, at least at this time. Things still have plenty of time to develop. So some cool features here on Pivotal Weather too that Weather Bell doesn't have. It's got a few other extras that I like to call them. For example, the surface-based lifted condensation level height. This will show you approximately where the cloud bases are. This is super high resolution too, so very precise information. For example, it shows this is, see, frame 2, frame 3 now. So this is as of, and once again, I'm on the wrong run. We're on the 18Z. So let's go on the 20Z. So the 20Z now, this is hour 0. So this is 1 o'clock p.m. It shows the cloud base is a little over 1,000 feet in my area. And then as time goes on, cloud bases are going to decrease. So the darker the color, the higher the cloud base, the lighter the color, the lower the cloud base. So watch as the cloud bases decrease. So this is hour 9, so this is 10 p.m. Cloud bases are really low with this. This indicates moist air in the lower levels of the atmosphere. Okay, so I hope that answers your question, Wes. And thank you again for your comment. Thank you for viewing. Going back to the Facebook page right now, it's mostly just reactions. I have nothing new from the Seattle or Portland weather offices. I was also informed that the National Weather Service in Seattle is asking for spotter activation tonight. Once again, a rare thing around here. I believe if it wasn't May 2017, then the last time would have been October 2021. But I believe May 4th, 2017 was the last time we had spotter activation in this area. Okay, we are +2 subscribers. Thank you. We have officially tripled our subscriber amount from earlier this morning before I made my Facebook post about the live stream. So checking back at the radar, let's refresh this real quick. Okay, Keith says hello from Stanwood. Hi there. Hello from Milton. Or more specifically, unincorporated King County. My address is a Federal Way address, but I consider myself Milton. I'm just a hair outside the city limits. Keep clicking the wrong button again. This is active warnings. So there is currently an active warning in Siskiyou County, California. Trying to see if there's any other California ones here. I don't believe so. So let's go to the right button this time. We're going to go back to the Portland radar. And these storms are, let's see, I believe this is Marion County, I'd like to say. This is Clackamas. No, this is Marion County. This is Lynn County, I believe. So these are moving into Lynn County up north towards Marion County, Oregon. Then it'll move through Clackamas, Washington, Multnomah counties, and then it'll move into Washington. And Keith says, ready for the storms, going to take pictures tonight of the lightning. I will say best of luck. Long exposure photography is definitely the best for this application. I love to take video. I haven't tried long exposure photography yet, although I did just figure out recently how to do it on my Nikon Z50 DSLR camera. From what I heard, it's best to have a lower ISO rating and a wide open aperture, and then you can really play around with your exposure timing. Between 5 and 10 seconds probably good, but if you want to get really crazy, you can go up to 30 or 60 second exposure times. I've seen it before, and it's incredible work. I envy the people that can do it naturally. So Seattle radar is once again showing little pop-up shower. This is near DuPont, maybe a little bit southeast of DuPont. Moving to the northwest, not much going on in the Seattle metro at the moment. It's got a weak shower over downtown Seattle. I don't even know if that's making it to the ground. Like Keith says he's using his cell phone. Very impressive. One thing I saw last night was the best camera you have is the one in your pocket. It's because it's so versatile, gives you so many options, and it's so simple. Can't agree more with that. Okay, no more active warnings. Let's go back to the Windy app. The satellite just updated a bit. So we do have some of those mid-level clouds outside. Those are passing through the South Sound right now and the Central Sound. Those are moving north. These pose no threat at the moment. It's what's south of it down here in the Oregon Cascades that we're watching really closely. This plume is expected to move north over the Columbia River and then explode outwards into a possible mesoscale convective system, or MCS, and then move through the area. An organized feature like this is not common at all in Western Washington, more so Eastern Washington. Let's see, Dan's Backcountry commented saying going to likely do some filming in the Hoodsport area while salmon fishing. Yeah, you're pretty close to that Jupiter fire, so hopefully the smoke doesn't interrupt your photography too much. Debated taking my drone there as well due to the wind. Well, if you keep your drone at a somewhat lower level and your drone comes with a higher level of wind resistance, for example my DJI Mini 3 Pro, which I plan on flying tonight sometime, has level 5 wind resistance, so it holds itself pretty good in wind gusts of up to 40 miles per hour. And then Selena Birch says, Tacoma area here. Hi there, Selena. Welcome to the stream. I just got an update from Portland's weather office. They just put out a special weather statement for Eastern Lane County. Let me put this on the screen real fast for you guys. Strong thunderstorms will impact Eastern Lane County through 3:15 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time. Strong cluster of storms near Hills Creek Reservoir moving north at 45 miles per hour, which is a very impressive speed. Wind gusts up to 50 miles per hour, half-inch hail, so it's getting close to severe criteria. It's all radar indicated, so there's no spotters out there at the moment. It says a severe thunderstorm watch remains in effect until 9 o'clock Pacific Daylight Time for Western Oregon. I have a feeling that this watch could be pushed a little north eventually into the Seattle County warning area. As soon as it goes into Lewis County, it is part of the Seattle County warning area, either from Pacific into Grace Harbor or from Cowlitz or Skamania into Lewis County. Lewis County is a Seattle county. Here's a photo of the warning polygon. So this is in the foothills of the Cascades, just to the east of Eugene, moving slightly west of northwest. So these are going to be some storms to watch. I have a feeling this could go severe warned if it intensifies even a little bit. I will be watching the Portland bot very closely. I'm using a site called IEM Bot, developed by the Iowa Environmental Mesonet. Very helpful tool. Tells me when warnings are being issued, watches, forecast discussions, and so on. We're at 75 subscribers. We are 3/4 of the way there, guys. Thank you again so much. We're at 20 concurrent viewers, 10 stream likes. Thank you guys again for rating the stream. You guys are awesome. And Selena asks, will it be hitting Pierce County? Yes. It is predicted to hit Pierce County here by around 7 o'clock if all things go as predicted. Let's go back to the 20Z HER. We don't have a 21Z yet, I believe. Nope. Still at the 20Z. Okay, so let's put this into motion here. This has the storms moving into Lewis County, the HER model, at 7 o'clock p.m. has it moving into Pierce County between 7 o'clock and 8 o'clock. And one thing I like about this model too is you can go into 15-minute intervals rather than hourly. This gives you a little bit of a clearer picture of what happens every 15 minutes, so it's not just one big jump from this to this, for example. So the storms are forecasted to cross into Pierce County at about 7:30 p.m. tonight, with some isolated cells to the northwest. For example, this one predicts a strong cell over southern Mason County. And then this is 7:45, 8 o'clock, 8:15, 8:30. It's on Tacoma's doorstep, and then by 9 o'clock, it's already in Seattle. Quick moving storms, up to 50 miles per hour. Alright, and then we have another update from Portland. So now they've got a new special weather statement for, see, I think this is northeastern Lynn County, so this is slightly different from the first one that was issued. Yeah, this one's moving off the Cascades into the foothills. This one has gusts up to 40 miles per hour and half-inch hail. So a little bit weaker than the previous one, just a little bit. Northwest at 30 miles per hour, slightly moving at about 2/3 of the speed of the other one too. So we're at 76 subs. Thank you to the newest subscriber. You're amazing. Alright, Selena, hopefully that answered your question. Thanks again for your comment. Thanks again for viewing. And for everyone still watching, all 20 of you, if you'd like to share this to your friends and family in the area, feel free. I will be continuing this stream for at least another hour. I will eventually have to stop for a water break here. My mouth is getting a little bit dry. I haven't talked this much in a long time, even though I work at a grocery store. I still don't talk this much. So the newest radar scan has this little shower crossing I-5 a little bit south of DuPont, moving to the northwest. Shouldn't be doing too much. No lightning being picked up on it as of right now. Lots of lightning over the I-5 corridor through the southern Willamette Valley. And so the skies, if you go outside and look right now, the skies are somewhat clearing up again if you're in the South Sound. So like me, if I look outside my window right now, I see some cumulus out to my east. So I'm looking at this area sort of, so to my southeast, northeast, there's a little clearing right here. These clouds are going to move a little bit north, and then it's going to clear up a bit. So what you want for this is for this area to be clear so that it can destabilize the atmosphere a lot more before the storms come in. It'll give them plenty of energy to feed off of. Although this is more of an aloft event, which means in the air, than it is the surface. Which is why if you go and look at some surface cape values, they're really not impressive at all. So let's look at surface cape. And we just had the 21Z start running, so we're going to go back to the 20Z. Actually, now it's kind of picking up on it, but before it had a negligible amount of surface energy. That's what CAPE stands for, convective available potential energy, what can become a storm. This is in joules per kilogram of air, joules of energy per kilogram of air. Look at supercell composite. And we've got some really impressive numbers for this side of the mountains too. This is just, it's an index. It doesn't have any units really. It just shows a value of 6 southeast of Mount Rainier and even some 2s and 3s in the Puget Sound. So it's not 0, but it's not up there also. K indices are looking great for this area, up to 40. This is just sort of a measurement of like thunderstorm probability, I suppose. It takes several factors into account to make this little composite here. So the higher the number, the greater the chance of thunderstorms. To simplify it down enough. So then you see as this band moves out, the K indices drop rapidly. Back to the YouTube chat. I've been ignoring you guys for a while. Sorry about that. See, Dan's got a DJI Mini 2 SE. Great drone. I haven't flown any of the DJI Mini 2 series yet. Just my Mini 3 Pro. See, send you photos of the lightning from the last lightning storm. Thank you for that, Keith. Will it be hitting Pierce? I think I just answered that. Yes, I did. Stuart says you're welcome. Yes, thank you, Stuart. Thank you for tuning in. Keith also says I will have my GoPro pointing towards the Olympic Mountains. Stanwood will be getting hit around 11 p.m. Yeah, it's around 11 p.m. if the HER model is predicting it right. Let's go back to the NAM model real quick to see what I'm talking about, because it's... Let's go back to the composite reflectivity. So let's see, Stanwood's right about here. And yeah, you're right. It's creeping up there at around 11 o'clock, but the peak of the activity starts right around the middle of the night. So if we compare that to the HER, once again, we want to go back to the 20Z because the 21Z is just initializing off the press. Not ready yet. It's got some isolated storms popping up ahead of the main line at 11 o'clock, but it's got weaker storms overall than what the North American mesoscale high-res model is predicting. So we'll just have to see how that pans out in real time. And then Selena said, hey, my Wi-Fi disconnected. Sorry about that. I will gladly re-answer your question. If it'll be hitting Pierce County, yes, it's predicted. This is predicted to move into Pierce County by 8 o'clock at the latest, probably 7 o'clock at the earliest. So this is 8 o'clock, and the storm complex is already about halfway through Pierce County. It's going to be moving north at least 40 miles per hour. Upwards of 50 miles per hour at times. And this has a swath of storms over King, Pierce, Thurston, Lewis, and surrounding counties by 9 o'clock p.m. Alright, Steve, you ask, what about around Tumwater? So, see, Tumwater's right by the Olympia Regional Airport here, labeled OLM. Let's switch this back to the 15-minute interval. It's the same exact thing, but 4 times more frequent between runs. So instead of 1 hour intervals, this is 15 minutes. This has the first potential storm just outside of Tumwater by 8:15 p.m. So very likely you'll start hearing thunder by about 8 o'clock, perhaps sooner. This is 7:45. It's got the storms just crossing into Thurston County. And then this has storms on Tacoma's doorstep by 8:30 p.m. And Selena says, thank you. You are very welcome, Selena. Thanks again for your support. Back to the Facebook page, seeing if I have any new questions there. I've got a lot of new followers. I've got a Facebook follower counter in front of me that just keeps going off, +1, +2, +3. It's been going off since last night. Okay, so let's go back to the main page and see how many likes and followers I have. And it's crazy, guys. Thank you guys again for the support. I never thought that it would get to this level. We're already over 3,600 likes and 4,400 followers. This is up from 3.1, about 3,100 likes last night. I think I was at 3,192. So almost 500 page likes, and I was up from a hair over 3.6k followers. So 800 followers overnight. I don't think I've ever had that. It just blows my mind. And the followers are still pouring in. Couldn't thank you guys enough. Steve asks anything on wind speeds. Yes, let's go ahead and pull that up real quick. I'm going to go back to the HER 3km high-res model. We're going to start with surface winds. So first thing I want to look at is the wind gust swath. This is maximum accumulated wind gusts. Back to the 20Z since the 21Z is not done developing. And watch as this goes up as this line of storms moves north. So this run... Sorry, I got a delivery. So this run has up to 52 mile per hour wind gusts just outside of JBLM near Fort Lewis. And we have our first severe thunderstorm warning in Oregon for the day. Let me go ahead and pull that up real quick. Sorry, I'll get back to your question very soon, Steve. So far, we're just getting area message encoding code, so we don't have the actual alert yet, but should be okay, there we go. Let's go to the text data. This is southeastern Lane County. So it's near Hills Creek, moving north at 30 miles per hour. It is officially capable of producing 60 mile per hour damaging wind gusts and quarter-size hail that is 1 inch or greater in diameter. It's going to be affecting Oak Ridge, Hills Creek Reservoir, West Fairhampton, and McCready Springs. And State Highway 58 between mile markers 25 and 51, so it's covering a good 26-mile swath. And once again, a reminder, a severe thunderstorm watch, if you're watching from central or northern Oregon, remains in effect until 9 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time. To put this into better perspective, this is Albany, Corvallis, and then Eugene is behind this shower right here, so it's a little bit east of Eugene in the foothills of the Central Oregon Cascades. We're at 77 subs and counting. We're so close to 100, guys. Let's get to 100 tonight, and I'll start using this YouTube channel much more often because my last upload was 7 months ago during the winter storm forecast. I've been terrible about this YouTube channel. Sorry about that, guys. Satellite updated again, and the tip of the storm clouds are moving into the Columbia River area right now, just north of Portland. This complex, let's go back to the infrared, and it just keeps strengthening with every run. See how those green colors are expanding? Those cloud tops are really, really pushing up and out now. And Steve, I completely forgot to finish your question. My apologies about that. Let's go back to winds. So the wind gusts, this is 10 meters, so this is 32.8 feet above sea level. Has strong wind gusts in isolated areas as the thunderstorms move through, as well as up to 57 miles per hour here up near Abbotsford, Surrey, BC. Seebeck, we have around 51 miles per hour. This is close to severe criteria. Now let's look at the actual surface wind speeds. And they are all over the board. That's just because of how much wind shear we have going on. See, there is a huge disparity in the wind direction and speed. Like, as each frame goes on, the wind's coming out of a different direction. But yeah, things get really crazy here as the line moves north into the Puget Sound. And then let's go up to 2,500 feet winds. This will give you the bigger story. So let's go to around the time the storms begin. So right now we have winds howling out of the north over the Puget Sound and Admiralty Inlet. This is at 6 o'clock p.m. And then watch as the storm complex moves north. Winds start to really kick up over the southwest interior, and then the wind direction is going to shift to out of the south, and it's going to get pretty intense up there. I see this area over Whidbey Island, Port Townsend, and surrounding areas. That's upwards of 46 mile per hour wind speeds at 2,500 feet above the ground. Same story applies to the North Sound as it moves into Bellingham, and then it intensifies slightly as it goes into BC. And after that, it's pretty much just strong winds out of the south for the rest of the morning. All right, Mr. Knife Guy, also known as my dad, says, "Thank you for letting us know about Pierce County." Sure thing, Dad. Thanks for everything you've done for me. You're awesome. So we are at 19 viewers and 12 likes. Let's see, update the follower count again. Looks like we've gotten few new followers since the last time I've refreshed. Like, I'd have to pull up a graph in real time to see what's going on exactly. But the last 28 days, it's a little bit out of date, but on this page I'm looking at, it says I have 33 new page likes and 411 new followers. That's severely out of date, because I have twice as many new followers just overnight. Just so incredible. So, Steve, hopefully that answered your question about the winds. We'll have borderline damaging winds as the storm complex moves through. If it does increase any more, like what I'm seeing in this signal right here, this is a signal for intense wind. This could be a severe thunderstorm complex as it moves north. So don't be surprised if you get a severe storm warning on your phone later on tonight as the sun goes down, because this could be producing damaging winds and possible large hail. Now let's go to precip total. This is max accumulated precip over the 18-hour run of this interval. So this is the 1 p.m. run of the high resolution rapid refresh. The 21Z run should be done here shortly. We're at 6 hours out. And this one's actually really interesting. It shows this incredibly powerful storm moving over Centralia and Chehalis. This is 8 o'clock p.m. It's moving the activity farther south at the time, but it's much more intense. Like this is a big time hail producer if this verifies. So let's compare this to 8 o'clock on the last run. And you can see the difference is night and day. It's starting to back off on that bow echo feature a bit, but it has stronger isolated cells around the South Sound, and still this monstrous cell in central Pierce County moving to the northwest. This would move within 5 miles of me easily. Force 10 Property Group, Joey Solar, Stacy Palzer, excuse me if I botched that name at all, says, or asks, can you give us a perspective for the boaters? Okay, so let me see if I can pull up current alerts right now. Believe there's a site on the NWS that has active weather warnings. Believe it's, nope, not that one. Let's see. Yes, so we do have some small craft advisories, but we have no gale warnings, no high surf warnings, nothing like that. So this is in effect until 2 a.m. Sunday. This is for the Western Admiralty Inlet, Eastern Strait of Juan de Fuca. This includes some areas of Squim, Blinn, Port Townsend, Port Hadlock, etc. And if we read the forecast for tonight for this area, it says wind 20 to 25 knots. This is about 23 to 29 miles per hour if you convert it. And easing to 15 to 20 knots, which is about 17 to 23 miles per hour. Waves 3 to 4 feet, nothing too crazy. Isolated thunderstorms, scattered thunderstorms becoming much more frequent as the evening goes on. And this is the area that will get hit after dark, towards midnight or 1 a.m. But other than that, there's no marine alerts in effect at the time. This is an outdated graphic. This marginal risk now covers Everett, Seattle, Tacoma, and eastern parts of Olympia, as well as most of the Puget Sound. And this slight risk is still here. Same polygon size, same threats. It has extreme eastern Lewis County, as well as western Yakima County and most of Skamania County in the slight risk. You see this one is now showing the severe thunderstorm watch for Skamania County. And then this is the flash flood watch for potential burn scar flash flooding tonight as the storms move through. This includes the Bolt Creek burn scar, which is about where my mouse is right here. There's a potential that that could get flash flood warned later on. So just be on the lookout for that. If you're in that area, please heed warnings closely. Conditions can change at any time. Let's see, Keith says he just loaded the IEM bot monitor. It's perfect. As a matter of fact, let me go ahead and put a link for the monitor in the chat. So that'll take you to the bot monitor, and then you can enter Seattle or Portland or whichever weather forecast office you want in the window here. Let me pull this down real quick just to show you guys what I'm talking about. The main screen that you're going to see is this. You would go and put SEA, for example, and you'll go SuChat. Press that, you'll get a ding sound, and it'll show you all of your recent history. So, for example, this shows the mesoscale discussion considering the watch probability. So the issuance potential is 60%, and as we saw, that watch did go into effect. And then if we go into Portland, this is PQR chat. It shows the severe thunderstorm warning that was just recently issued, as well as the severe thunderstorm watch. So now what you can do is hit clear room, and it'll get rid of all of that junk, and then I can put this back up on my top screen. Boom. Magic. Let's go and check the YouTube again. It looks like we are stagnant at 77 subs. No problem though. We are very close to 100 subscribers. Updated radar image, still nothing in the Camino Island radar site that's really catching my eye at the moment. We got a few different tools we can look at here though, so let's go and select a more active radar such as the Langley Hill coastal radar. This shows some of the isolated cells off the coast. We can set it to velocity mode and it'll show you which direction the wind is moving within the storms. So if I recall correctly, I do believe that green is towards the radar and red is away from the radar. If I reversed it, feel free to correct me in the chat, but I do believe that's right. The storm out here has some weak rotation. That's what the radar is picking up on. So there's a potential for a water spout out here, and actually you can see it in this echo right here, and the reflectivity is definitely, it's spinning around quite a bit. So there could be a water spout around 80 nautical miles off the coast. Just be on the lookout for that. Other than that, there's very limited water spout and tornado potential around here. Although, never say never. Looks like the mother unit has pulled in. So guys, if I need to interrupt the stream, I do have a transition that says I'm away from the keyboard. If I do have to go to a bathroom break or water break or whatnot, then I'll flip it at a moment's notice and I should be back within a couple of minutes. But right now we do not have to worry about that. Visible satellite shows the leading edge of the storms moving into Clark County, Washington, towards Longview. And it even just picked up a lightning strike. I saw it somewhat, oh, way out here, way out here. So this is several miles away from the storm complex. This is why they say if you hear thunder, you're close enough to get struck by lightning. Lightning can strike up to 15 miles away from a thunderstorm under ideal conditions. Let me update my Facebook feed real quick. And my like counter just went up +2. So we are now at 3,620 page likes, not counting followers. So that is up 428 likes from around this time last night. And still in the 4,400 follower range. There's a good chance we'll probably crack 4.5K. Might even be pushing 5K by tonight. Alright, let's see what's going on here. We have 15 viewers. Alright, for those of you who have just tuned in or are returning, welcome back. Once again, my name is Anthony. I am the host of Puget Sound Stormwatch. Thank you guys again for tuning in. And the current time right now is 3:14 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time. I'm looking to stream until at least 4 o'clock Pacific. Potentially longer if all pans out. Although eventually soon here I am going to take a break to set up my GoPro camera outside my window. So sorry about that, guys. Keith asks, where on the Windy app can I find the radar you are using? So, on the Windy app right now, I'm actually just looking at satellite. The radar I'm using is through the College of DuPage, so let me go ahead and get you a link for this. See if this link works. It's weather.cod.edu. And I'm looking at the Langley Hill radar at the moment. You can also do forecast models on this site too, but I prefer Weather Bell and Pivotal Weather. So refresh the HER and see. So we're now 9 hours out on the high resolution rapid refresh, and it shows very strong isolated cells now, well, scattered cells, excuse me, over most of the south and central Puget Sound. This is 9 o'clock p.m. Big time thunderstorm right over downtown Seattle. And then it shows within the next hour another big time thunderstorm over the Issaquah Highlands. And then this is the end of the run as of right now, but we'll watch and see what this says once this is done initializing. Still got 9 more hours left on the period. And this is also supporting another round of development here down south. But we'll see how that progresses as the initialization goes on. Then this is, see, we're still way too early for the 0Z for the NAM 3KM. That's the 5 p.m. run. So we're still going off of the 11 a.m. run, the 18Z. And this now has a much more organized system than the newest run of the HER 3KM. So it's really going to be a tug of war between the two big high resolution models. And Sharina says, I'm sorry if you already answered this. I've been working listening. How bad might the hail get in Thurston County? That is, again, another great question. Right now, it's looking like the hail will get up to, at the very least, pea-sized hail, which is most common around here. That's about a 1/4 inch in diameter. Could get up to 1/2 inch, perhaps, up to nickel-sized hail, maybe even 3/4 of an inch, but I don't see 1 inch diameter hail being too frequent around this area. It's more of a wind threat than a hail threat, but if there's any hail threat, it'll be mostly limited to the South Washington Cascades, so primarily extreme eastern Lewis County. Most of the hail threat is outside of Thurston County. However, we will have to keep watch on that in case conditions do change. Okay, guys, so I'm going to be taking a quick little intermission. Sharina, you're very welcome. Uh, I will be back very shortly. I got to get some water and I got to get some food real quick. Should be about 10 minutes, so I'm looking towards 3:30 as a return time. So from this point on, I will be going away from the keyboard. All right, we are back, everyone. Thank you for your patience. Starting out with the spooky kabuki. He says, hopefully Shelton gets it. That would be nice. Uh, yeah, Shelton's got a really good shot at getting at least one thunderstorm tonight. Looks like that line's going to stay organized just enough to go in and cause some brief, strong wind gusts, heavy rain, some hail, and of course, lots of lightning. So we are now at 78 subs. Thank you to the new subscribers since my last update. Take a look at the satellite again. And I know a lot of you have been wondering, probably, like, they keep talking about a negative tilt trough. Like, what is that? So when a low pressure system is shaped like this from northwest to southeast, it brings a wind pattern sort of like this. And so when it's in a certain place off the coast, it'll bring in the wind and moisture from the southeast to the northwest, and this is critical for thunderstorm development around here. Like, this low pressure system is in just the right place. And so basically a positive tilt is southwest to northeast, and negative tilt, which is a much more mature system. Oh, so I got a popping sound in my ears that has given me the most trouble trying to figure out. It turns out it's every time a lightning strike is detected on the satellite, it'll go. And so, let's see, can I turn that off? Yes, I can. Apparently not down there, though. Okay, let's see. Oh, and I should also mention to my new and returning viewers that there was a new severe thunderstorm warning issued recently down in Lane County, Oregon. Let's pull that up real quick. This is again in the Oregon Cascades. So let's go to the text data. Northeast of Oak Ridge, moving north at 30. 60 mile per hour gusts and 1-inch diameter hail. Will affect Cougar Reservoir, Blue River, and of all cities, Nimrod. Oregon State Highway 126 between 35 and 40. And just a reminder, there is a severe thunderstorm watch for said area until 9 p.m. Pacific time. So just a heads up for that. Alright, the radar is still showing some isolated cells in extreme northwestern Oregon. Quite a bit going on off the coast, 50 nautical miles and further out. Let's go back to the radar, go back to Seattle. Once again, other than maybe an isolated stray shower over the Belfair area, there's really nothing going on in the Camino Island radar range. And we once again have a new severe thunderstorm warning. This time for Marion and Lane counties in Oregon. So let's go to the text data. Now it says it's moving northwest at 20 miles per hour. So according to the NWS, this is slowing down. It says it's near Detroit, Oregon. Once again, same hazard. 60 mile per hour wind gusts and 1-inch diameter hail indicated by radar. And this will affect Highway 22 between mile markers 50 and 61 to the east of Salem. So if we go on the interactive map, this shows Marion and Lynn counties. I think I said Lane earlier. Excuse me on that. Lynn County. and this is drifting off the Cascade foothills, currently moving northwest towards Gresham a few hours down the road. If it keeps up at this speed, it'll be in Gresham in a little over an hour, perhaps an hour and a half. But I have a feeling that this storm system will really start to consolidate as soon as it moves into the Portland area, and it'll become this huge storm complex in no time. At least that's what the models are supporting right now. Alright. Topher, excuse me if I didn't say that right. Topher asks what time for the Seattle area. Seattle area is looking like 10 o'clock right now. That's the best bet. Let's go back to the HER. It should be most of the way. Yep, okay. The 21Z HER is fully rendered. So this shows the earliest storm at around 9 o'clock p.m. in the Seattle metro. If we go to the 15-minute interval, this is 8:30 and it's got Tacoma in its wrath. And then it moves into SeaTac, Renton, and then in the city limits by 9 o'clock. And by 9:15, it's already pretty much out of there. So these are predicted to be some fast movers. And then Avery says, Bothell looks like it is in the path, right? Yes, that is true. What are your thoughts on timing and intensity? Thank you for doing this. You're very welcome, Avery. I'm glad to be here for all of you. So, same sort of situation as Seattle. You know, Bothell's just a tad bit north, so it's going to be within that same little 15-minute interval between probably 8:45 and 9 o'clock or so. Bothell's right up there. So it's going to be a little bit after 9 o'clock perhaps, but in order to see this clearly, we'll have to go back to the 15-minute interval. And actually, it looks like the strongest may be after 10 o'clock because there's this initial round that scrapes just west of Bothell, and then the second round, this huge cell right here, moves almost directly over Bothell, weakens a little bit, but this is around 10:30 p.m. at night. So it'll probably be a rather strong storm over Bothell around that time, 10:30 p.m., but it shouldn't be anything too crazy. I would say most likely not severe, but it'll be a strong storm, don't get me wrong. It just likely won't be severe. So small hail, somewhat gusty winds, lightning is almost for sure, and some heavy rain with the potential for urban and small stream flooding, perhaps, but nothing much more than that. Right. And then Topher also says, Avery, I'm in Bellevue. I want to know too. Bellevue, same story as Seattle. Let's go back. Bellevue's right here. So this is 10:30 p.m. Heavy rain over Bellevue. But the real big story is, will this verify? This is a pretty strong cell just to the southeast of Bellevue at 10 o'clock p.m. That would produce some pretty good hail and strong winds, probably upwards of half-inch to 3/4-inch diameter hail. The Spooky Kabuki says, I'm watching Twister during this event. I like to see that. Person of culture. My question for you is, have you seen the new Twisters yet? I won't be spoiling anything for you. Keith says, looking at the Windy app, a lot of lightning in Eugene, Oregon. Yes, most of the lightning is to the east right now with that big complex of severe warned storms over the extreme central Oregon Cascades, perhaps northern central Oregon Cascades. It's kind of a broad area, so I think saying extreme is a little extreme, but just the west central Oregon Cascades drifting to the northwest towards the Portland metro at the moment. Listening in as I prep my rain barrels so they don't overflow next to the house. Make sure I've got batteries in all my flashlights and lanterns. Yes, Laura, that is the perfect way to plan this. It's basically like planning for a windstorm. Same thing, have batteries, have a first aid kit. You know, make sure you don't bring any barbecues or anything that produces CO gas, carbon monoxide, into the house, because carbon monoxide poisoning is a very dangerous thing. It's deadly. People die every year from it. Don't want to be one of those casualties. I'll be tuning into this channel during the fall and winter storm season. This is amazing. Thank you, Spooky Kabuki. Thank you very much for your support. Much appreciated. My friend recommended this to me. Big props to your friend. Burn scars will get flooded. Very likely, yes. That's why I'm watching the Bolt Creek burn scar, which is about right there. This has extremely heavy rainfall over that general area later tonight around 10:30, and now we have an alert for Seattle. It's just a forecast discussion. Okay. So this is something that we can read together, because this is interesting information right here. Wow, they just dropped a brick of text, didn't they? But first, I got another question from Steve. Let me answer that real quick. Western Washington is very hard to forecast because of the mountains, etc. What's the probability of this happening? It's actually very good probability right now, just because of how far back the models were in agreement before this event, and how they're still in agreement just a couple hours out from the event. Like, that almost never happens around here. There's always one model that's throwing the others off, and there's always a disparity in information. But now we can tell, like, these thunderstorms will most likely be this strong at this time in this area. It's truly fascinating, because that's rare around here to have that much agreement in the weather forecast models. So hopefully that answered your question, Steve. Thank you for asking. So strong upper level low will deepen off the coast of Washington this afternoon. Swing a shortwave trough across the region tonight. Few of the storms may have the potential to be severe, particularly in the southern Cascades. This is Lewis County southward that they're talking about. Unsettled pattern continues in the next week, with additional chances for showers and thunderstorms possible. So we've been picking up some signals for another shot at thunderstorms around Wednesday, perhaps. Except it's a much more isolated threat than previously. Deepening, see, this is where it mentions the negative tilt again. Deepening as it tilts negatively with south or southeast flow aloft. This means the winds coming out of the south or southeast in the mid or upper levels of the atmosphere. That's what aloft means, up in the atmosphere. Ahead of an embedded shortwave trough that will swing around the low for an interesting evening. You don't hear that too often from the forecast office. So when they say diurnal heating continue to boost surface instability this afternoon, that means you see all the sun outside. Like, it's clear out my window right now. That's only going to boost your chances of severe weather tonight. So when people say, oh, it's sunny outside, there's not going to be any severe weather, actually think again. That's really not helping your cause, I'm afraid, because you're going to find out real quick why you don't want sun well ahead of time before severe weather. Okay, getting some more Facebook comments, I think. Let me see here. So if you guys are coming from Facebook, my apologies again for not answering your questions in a timely manner on there. I've put most of my time and energy towards this YouTube stream. Since I do operate this page independently, I don't have any moderation staff or anybody else that can answer comments for me. I do this all solo. So it says convection will likely start first in Lewis County between 5 and 7 p.m. and move northward as the evening progresses. As between 7 and 10 p.m., the high resolution guidance indicates a cluster of storms, and going all the way up to Whatcom County by midnight, which I feel like that's a little bit too quick. It'll probably be around 2 a.m. to 3 a.m. before it reaches the North Cascades. So let's see. Okay, average, most unstable potential energy values from the latest 12Z HREF model. Oop, I went down too far. Hang on. Ranging from 500 to 1,000 joules of energy per kilogram of air ahead of convection. That's perfect for thunderstorm development. That's exactly what you want. Then downward cape values from 1,000 to 1,200. Again, exactly what you want for a really good event. And when it says steep lapse rates, that's change in temperature per unit of elevation. So when it says 7 to 7.5 degrees per kilometer, this is degrees Celsius per kilometer. So in theory, if you have 3 kilometers of air between one point and another, then this will change between 21 degrees Celsius and 22.5 degrees Celsius. Which if you multiply that by 1.8, that's, I believe that's 36 to 40.5 degrees Fahrenheit. This may promote an isolated severe threat, potentially having gusts greater than 58 miles per hour and small hail, so it's not acknowledging the threat of larger hail. Probably because the updraft strength is not super impressive, which is also what's limiting tornado potential too. One of the reasons. It's also worth noting that areas north and northeast of Toledo, specific, this small little town in Lewis County, are in a marginal risk from the Storm Prediction Center. And then this acknowledges the potential for burn scar flash flooding in the Cascades. This just means precipitable water anomalies. So if you line up all of the water vapor in one point of the atmosphere in a line, then this range is 1.25 to 1.5 inches of water that can fall over one point. That's a lot. It says instantaneous rain rates of short duration may exceed 1 inch per hour, perhaps up to 1.5 inch per hour. And if we looked at the signals earlier, you could see that some even supported up to 1.75 inches per hour in isolated spots. And it says despite the fast storm motion, so they are acknowledging how fast the storms are moving. They're going to be pretty much in and out in 15 minutes. Alright, skimming through here. It says, let's see, Wednesday and the Thursday, best chance of thunderstorms are back in the Cascades. So really, this is going to be the best chance of storms in the area with this system tonight. Acknowledges a southerly wind shift with gusts to 30 knots that is about 35 miles per hour. So you're going to notice once this storm system comes through, the wind's going to quickly shift from out of the north to out of the south. Checking the YouTube subs again, we're at 79 subs and counting. Thank you again for that, guys. You are all amazing. Very much appreciated. And Windy is showing this area of clearing over the metro right now. So if you want thunderstorms, this is the best case scenario right here. So, wow, been streaming for close to 2 hours already. It's amazing how fast it goes. There's a good chance I could go over 2 hours, perhaps. If you guys would like me to extend the stream, let me know. I'm more than happy to extend it. I'll most likely extend it up until the time the storms start moving into the Seattle-Tacoma corridor, because then I'll be flying my drone and using my camera outside. As long as time permits. I'm most likely going to be up all night, and it's unfortunate because I got to be up at 4 in the morning tomorrow for work. But guess what? The grind never stops. We got some isolated areas of mid-level cumulus over Seattle right now. Once this moves north, we get a brief clearing here. Some additional isolated mid-level cumulus by the looks of it. And then the main event starts. So these are cirrus clouds. These are the ice crystals that you see ahead of rainfall events up in the atmosphere. These are some of the highest clouds, of course, other than cumulonimbus clouds, which are the ones that are embedded in this complex. And we got another alert from Portland. They updated the severe thunderstorm warning to cancel Lynn County and continue it for Marion County until 4 o'clock Pacific. So if you're watching from northwestern Oregon in the Willamette Valley or anywhere near, the severe thunderstorm warning is no longer in effect for Lynn County. However, it does continue for Marion County. That's east of Salem, moving to the northwest at about 20 miles per hour. This is moving towards the Portland Metro. Okay, so it looks like we have a little downtime in the chat. Haven't been getting any questions the last 10 or 15 minutes. Feel free, ask away. I've got plenty of time. My slate is clear for tonight to do this stream and answer some questions, but no pressure. Going to update my follower list again. So haven't gotten any new page likes in the last few minutes. And my Facebook messages. Sorry guys, I've been so busy at work, I've only been able to answer a handful of messages. There is a storm spotter that messaged me, reached out, and said that if I wanted to, I could use his video on the stream. However, that probably won't be until much later tonight, so most likely that won't be the case. But it was still cool to have a Skywarn certified storm spotter reach out to me. That was really awesome. And also, one of my Facebook posts was shared on the Tacoma subreddit, which was really cool to see too. It's the first time I've seen my page get shared on a big site like that. And they have now expired officially the severe warning for Lane County, Oregon. So that is a different warning, but that warning was allowed to expire. The storm has weakened below severe limits and has moved out of the warned area. Although be aware that does not mean that the trouble is over. The storm could still very much recycle anytime, anywhere, and storms will very well likely proceed it too. So do not let your guard down tonight. It's not over till it's over. Let me see if the 22Z has started rendering yet for the HER. It has not. Never mind, it has. I was just on the wrong tab. But we're only 1 hour out so far. Okay, one thing, since I'm not seeing any questions or comments right now, one thing I do want to check out is the ensemble runs showing the system. So this is going to zoom us way out and go back in, probably zoom out to just North America. This is precip total, but what I want to go check is the 500 millibar height anomaly. So this is our negative tilt trough axis right there. And watch what happens as we go. This is in 6 hour intervals from the time of the run. This is 12Z, so 5 a.m. this morning. This is tomorrow at 5 a.m. And then this run shows the trough weakening significantly over the next few days. But then it has this new trough swinging down from BC real quick and rapidly intensifying off the Washington coast. And then as soon as it's there, it's gone. So you're like that. And then signals indicate that our ridging pattern will fill back in. So now we're in fantasy land. This is the 11 days out. So this is to be taken with a grain of salt. But if this were to verify, after this next event about midweek, then we'd be in for another strong ridging pattern, which would mean beautiful weather. And then this also picks up on Ernesto out here too. So this is the European ensemble run. Let's see what the GFS, the American model, has to show. Slightly lower resolution, and this run usually goes out to 16 days, 384 hours. Let's see what this has to say. It shows the trough weakening at around the same time, and it also suggests this trough rapidly forming off the Washington coast and then just dropping on through. Depending on its position and strength, that could give us another outside shot at thunderstorms. This is 5 days out, so this is as of Thursday, August 22nd at 11 a.m. Have to keep our eyes on that in the future. So, somewhat similar agreement, but to really show this in the retrospect, let's go ahead and go back to the European. And we're going to compare it. I believe this is... Nope, that's not the right ensemble run. I was looking for the GEFS ensemble. So let's put these both in the motion right now, and we'll see the similarities and differences. So the GFS has the trough slightly deeper. This is 30 hours out than the European, but still around the same strength. The position off the coast is almost right on the money in both. Let's see, right around the same time that trough really starts to form off of BC, but it forms a little bit quicker on the European on the left. And at max maturity, the European shows it just a hair stronger than the GFS and a little bit closer to the Oregon coast. This one has it slightly off the Oregon coast. And now, from Portland, we have a new severe thunderstorm warning, this time for Clackamas County. So repeating, there's a severe thunderstorm warning for Marion and Clackamas County in northwestern Oregon. This one has up to $half size hail now, which is almost 1.5 inches in diameter. That's basically unheard of on this side of the mountains. Near Bagby Hot Springs, 8 miles north of Detroit, moving north at 30 miles per hour. So they're back to 30 miles per hour. Radar indicated threat, so it's not confirmed by spotters, but the threat is there. So it's until 4:30. The time is just about to turn 4 o'clock. So we go to the interactive map. This is coming off the foothills. It's some incredible reflectivity showing up. Like that's over 60 decibels on the radar reflectivity. So yeah, that thing's going to be a hail producer for sure. And it looks like it'll pass just to the east, if not right over Sandy, Oregon here in the next hour perhaps. So Portland, watch out. Your time's coming up very soon. So now we have officially hit 80 YouTube subscribers. We're so close to 100. Let's see. Can we get to 100 tonight? For those of you still watching, all 11 of you, be sure to share this stream, like if you found this information helpful, and of course slam that subscribe button so I can do this more often. So now, just for curiosity, let's check out the Fantasyland forecast. So both forecast models show a ridge forming, although different intensities. The European has a stronger ridge over the Haida Gwaii area, while the GFS has a weaker ridge over most of central BC. But overall, the heights are very similar. This is 582 decameters over Seattle and about 580 to 581 decameters. This is basically so 500 millibar heights. This is about 18,000 feet in the atmosphere. This is just showing exactly how high or how low these systems are at this height. So you would multiply the decameter value, the dam up there, by 32.8, if I recall correctly, to get feet in the atmosphere. So for example, A height of 500 decameters would be 16,400 feet above sea level. Alright, seeing if we have any new questions. I don't believe so. Keith, if you're still watching, thank you again for reaching out. He said he'll send me pictures of the lightning from tonight. A couple lightning strikes off the Washington coast on the Windy app. Yes, that is correct. And it looks like in the next hour, this sunny weather will be slowly coming to an end before the door slams shut on it once this area of clouds here starts to make its way into Pierce County. So if you are in Cowlitz County, Clark County, or anywhere in this vicinity, just be aware you are in the severe thunderstorm watch. And to be aware for rapidly deteriorating conditions, because this is going to start moving north rapidly, and we'll start seeing this cirrus here very soon. So in case you notice those wispy clouds way up in the atmosphere start to move over, that's a warning sign that you need to have all of your preparations done. Make sure you have no furniture that can fly away, anything that can get damaged by hail outside. So if you have a garage, I would highly advise parking your car in it. Getting some stronger pop-up cells as shown on satellite up here in Clatsop and Columbia counties, and as far south as this is Tillamook County right here. Got some big pop-up cells right over there. Let's go back to the radar and see if it supports my theory. Which, yes, it does. See, here's a nice little cluster of thunderstorms. So the leading edge of thunderstorms is entering the Portland metro at this time. It's crossing into Washington County out of Clackamas County. Some storms are crossing into Tillamook County. They'll be moving up towards Seaside, Astoria, Rockaway Beach. See if we put it into motion, you can see just how dynamic, especially look, this one's still spinning up here. The rotation has weakened, but there is still some rotation in that storm. There could be a water spout 100 nautical miles from the radar site. That's 115 miles. See, Spooky Kabuki, glad to see you're still watching. He says, you know something is about to happen when you see road crews cutting branches and the birds go quiet. Yes, that is true. They're preparing very last minute. And when the birds go flying, that's when you know, like, it's about to get real. So this threat is very real. There is a low likelihood that this will bust. Although I see a lot of people, and I should check my Twitter page now that I think about it, to see if anyone's reached out on there. And I'm gonna have to go on mobile because I don't remember my password. Whoopsie. Alright, let's see what the WX Twitter community is saying right now. So I see Michael Snyder with Pacific Northwest Weather Watch, a wonderful guy who makes amazing briefings. Gotten a lot of inspiration from him. He just came out with a video about 20 minutes ago saying, Pacific Northwest, here we go, prepare now. Ooh, so, all right, this is something we need to keep an eye on. Let me open this real quick. This is something that I forgot to look at earlier. It's a feature called updraft helicity. So let's get out of here real quick. We'll need to go to severe weather and updraft helicity 225 kilometers. This is in meters squared per second squared. So let's go back to the 21Z. And so watch as it paints these tracks each hour. So especially over in this low-lying area near Grand Mound here and out in extreme eastern Lewis County. This is indicating that the storm's updrafts are rotating, are expected to rotate. So this value out here, 139.4 meters squared per second squared, that's really, really impressive for this area. So now if we go to tracks, this is an accumulation of said rotating tracks, and it actually predicts potentially thunderstorms rotating going into the Tacoma Metro if all goes according to plan. But if you're in this area, if you're in rural eastern Lewis County, all right, we got another update from Portland. National Weather Service in Portland issued a significant weather advisory. This is for Marion and Clackamas counties. Strong thunderstorm, wind gusts up to 40 miles per hour, and half-inch hail. So the one down below the severe warned one is not yet severe warned, but will most likely go severe warned. And they issued another statement, this time for Lynn and Lane counties. 50 mile per hour storm producing hail up to a half-inch in diameter. This is mostly for rural areas in the Cascades. We're up to 81 subscribers now. We're so close. Let's try our best to get up to 100 tonight, if possible. So let's see. Oh, I'm so sorry, Spooky Kabuki. Yeah, my sincerest apologies about that. But you do say, I swear the road crews know much more in advance. I always watch to see what they're doing, good indicators. Yeah, I honestly have not paid attention to that very much, but now I will in the future. And also it is 4:07, so it is official. We are extending this stream past 2 hours. We have 11 people watching right now, so it's reassuring. At peak max, we had 22 people watching at around 2:55 p.m. So guys, if you feel like someone needs to get their questions answered, feel free to send them over to my stream, youtube.com/Puget Sound Stormwatch. I've also shared my link on my Facebook page. Let's see, we got a question. Sharina asks, does the rotation indicate potential for tornado? Or am I misunderstanding that? It indicates a potential, and the radar is updating. So there is the potential that the updrafts, the rising air that feeds the storms, could rotate. That's what helicity is. This is for 2 to 5 kilometers above the ground. And so this is a good indication that perhaps maybe a funnel cloud could spin up with one of these storms, especially right over the Interstate 5 corridor, just southeast of Chehalis here. That's something we will definitely have to keep our eyes on, because this shows this between 7 and 8 o'clock tonight. So this could very well be before the sun goes down. So if there's any spotters or anyone watching this stream around this area, please be on the lookout for me. I'll be watching this area of Lewis County in particular. So let's go down to the Portland radar again. And you guys can just see these are some pretty intense echoes showing up here, and we're already looking like we're about to get lightning, if not already, in the I-5 corridor between Wilsonville and Portland. Once again, these are moving northwest, so downtown Portland, you are at risk of getting hit by this in the next hour. These are the storms we're really going to be watching, though, because if these hold their strength up into the southwest interior, we could very well have a strong severe storm event between Olympia and Chehalis. As a matter of fact, if all goes well, these could even be the ones that the radar is predicting to rotate. And Spooky Kabuki says, like hook echoes? Perhaps. A tornado doesn't always form from a hook echo. It can be from a less intense echo. If there's a decent amount of rotation, like you only see strong hook echoes in the Midwest usually. like Oklahoma, Kansas, Nebraska. One of the most famous ones is the May 3rd, 1999 F5 tornado that hit Bridge Creek in Moore, Oklahoma. Amazing hook echo. That and the 2013 tornado that went through the same area in on May 20th, I believe, 2013. If you want to see a hook echo, those are hook echoes. No, something as simple as a storm that has a small occlusion like this, or a bent back sort of shape, could have rotation in it. And actually, let's check right now to see what the radar is saying in terms of rotation. It's not distinctive right now just because the mountains are really interfering with it. Yeah, so until it goes off of the foothills down into the Willamette Valley, we really can't see how much rotation these storms have effectively. See, Keith says bowed echo usually produces tornadoes. So bow echo and hook echo are two different entities. If this were to form a bow echo, like some models were predicting before, and from Portland, just in, new severe thunderstorm warning for, let's see, I believe this is Clackamas and Marion. Let me see if I can get an updated page from that real quick. Yeah, so southeastern Clackamas and eastern Marion counties till 4:45. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail indicated by radar. So this is for the southernmost storm that just had an advisory on it. So as of right now, until 4:30, both of these storms have severe thunderstorm warnings on them. So if you are to the north or northwest of this area, for example, if you're near Hood River, just be on the lookout because these storms will very likely move overhead in the next hour and a half. And the car alarm's going off. Okay, car alarm's no longer going off. That's good. So going back to the bow echo feature. See, if we go back to one of the previous runs of the HER, you notice this shape right here. That's sort of like a bow echo. So it's not straight, it's bowed, and this is an indication of strong winds aloft, strong wind shear, disorganizing the shape of the storm. So this could, if this model did verify, it would produce strong to damaging wind gusts near the surface out ahead of this line. Let's see, so I'm getting reports of people seeing lightning in Beaverton. And also hearing thunder in Wilsonville. So yeah, that's perfect. Everything's going according to schedule so far. The models are doing a fantastic job. Let me go ahead and share this stream real fast. Got to remember exactly. See, I have so many tabs open right now. I'm kind of confused on where I'm at the moment. But let me see. There should be a link. Yep, perfect to share it. Alright, good deal. So we are shared there. Now let me... Okay, real quick. Time for a water break, so I will be back in 5 minutes. Feel free to hang around. Otherwise, take a break for your own amount of time. Be sure to share this stream if you felt any of this information was helpful, or anyone that you know is in the direct path of these storms, because most likely they'll be getting a rude awakening if they didn't know already. So I will see you guys in 5 minutes. Alright, guys, and just like that, we are back in action. Just chug down a bunch of water real quick, so hopefully my voice doesn't go out. Alright, so currently we have 10 viewers, 15 likes. Thank you guys for that. Keep it up. We're at 82 subs and counting at the moment. Got a couple new comments. Spooky Kabuki is once again talked about the Port Orchard tornado in December 2018, hoping they don't get hit again. The likelihood is low of that happening again, but by no means impossible. And also, I did get an update too from this time the Weather Prediction Center. So not the Storm Prediction Center, but they take care of rainfall and flooding forecasts. And they had just issued a marginal risk for day 1 for heavy rain and potential flooding. This is from the Cascades of NorCal all the way up through most of western Washington. There's at least a 5% chance, I believe this is, of seeing flooding or flash flooding within 25 miles of a point in the polygon. So yeah, so most of western Washington, including all of the Seattle metro, has a marginal risk of seeing a flash flooding within 25 miles of a point in this polygon here. Meanwhile, outside of here in Utah, they've got a slight risk, which is a 15% chance. And they've got their own stuff going on right now. They've also got a slight risk of severe weather, and I believe maybe a severe watch, if I'm not mistaken. But they've got a lot of severe thunderstorms going on here in the desert right now. Alright, meanwhile, out of Portland, the severe thunderstorm warning that was in effect for Marion and Clackamas County has been canceled for Marion County. However, it still continues for Clackamas County until 4:30. So it is about allowed to expire at the moment. If we look at the radar, oh, and I just got another update. So now it looks like we have a larger severe thunderstorm warning transversing 3 counties in the Oregon Cascades. This is a new severe thunderstorm warning. And see, we got climate reports. That's not important. This is important right now. This is between Lynn, Marion, and Clackamas counties in the Oregon Cascades. So this new pop-up cell behind these 2 severe warning cells is now officially severe warned. It's going to be moving over a similar path that these 2 storms have already moved over. So very similar threat, and we got another severe wow, they are flying off the press with severe thunderstorm warnings right now down in Portland. So we also have this one. This is a new severe thunderstorm warning, an updated one for the northernmost cell coming off the Oregon Cascades. So this has a new warning. This one's about allowed to expire, and this is a new warning down here. So we currently have 2 active severe thunderstorm warnings for that area. So if you're down in the Portland Metro and you have a NOAA weather radio program to a specific frequency that covers that area, your transmitter should be activating right now. So let's see, we're at 13 viewers, 15 likes. For those of you new or returning, welcome back, or nice to meet you. My name's Anthony. I'm the host of Puget Sound Stormwatch. And checking the latest radar scan, we now have confirmed thunderstorms over the Portland Metro. Looks like Milwaukee, Oregon is currently getting some lightning. And yes, the Windy app also supports this too. Getting cloud-to-ground strikes to the southwest of Wilsonville, west of Tigard, southwest of Beaverton. Head on directly over Newburgh here. And this severe thunderstorm is producing a prolific amount of lightning just southwest of Mount Hood right now. So lightning in the coastal range out here, lightning just south of Cape Disappointment. So far, nothing else in the Washington interior. We have no lightning strikes in Washington. Repeat, no lightning strikes in Washington. Not yet. Let's go back and look at the infrared radar, and it's closing in on the yellow, which means we have really cold cloud tops, which is an indication of high cloud tops. How cold are we talking? Well, let's go pull that up real quick on the HUR 3KM. So the 22Z is fully rendered. So let's check this out first to see what it says. It still supports a strong to severe thunderstorm moving into Lewis County around 8 o'clock. Same with Central Pierce County. Kind of a weird echo there. That'll bear some watching for sure. That could be a rotating thunderstorm. And then it has very strong thunderstorm southeast of Issaquah. This is a little bit south of North Bend. And lots of scattered strong to severe thunderstorms. So very similar story, and now it's showing a potentially strong complex of thunderstorms following just a couple hours later, and then maybe even a third round. That will definitely bear watching. So let's see, precipitation total over the 18-hour period is over 1 inch in most of extreme southern Pierce County, and near an inch in southern King County, northwestern Pierce County, and southeastern Kitsap County, and also a spot up here just to the southeast of Port Townsend. So let's see, no new warnings at the moment. We have a new comment from the Force 10 property group. Joey Solar, Stacy Pulser, once again, please forgive me if I botched that name. But he says they said this has been so awesome. Well, thank you for your continued support again, Joey. Feel free to share this stream to your peers if you feel like any of this info has been helpful or any of them are in the path of these storms tonight. If you want to, you should be able to replay the stream all the way back from the start. However, if you have a short attention span, this is highly unrecommended. So I was looking at the upper air temperatures. So we're going to pull up the 500 millibar temperatures. This is at 18,000 feet above sea level. So it's still, even right now, this is in degrees Celsius, so most of it is negative 14 degrees Celsius. This is around 7 degrees Fahrenheit at 18,000 feet. And right as these storms move in, like before, it was showing a massive drop, but now it's not showing as much of a potent drop as it was before. But it was a massive drop to like negative 20 degrees Celsius for 500 millibar temps. So now, looking back at thunderstorm potential. So the newest updated HUR is still keeping strong potential over most of King County as well as a lot of the Olympic Peninsula. This is as of 8 p.m. We have K indices of 40 plus in these areas, as well as 30 plus in any of the orange spots. So that means medium to high atmospheric storm potential, taking several factors into account. Lightning flash density rate is still showing up pretty well. It's backed off a little bit from some previous model runs. Like before, this green was right down in here, stretching from the county line of Pierce County down towards like Graham approximately. It's backed off on that a little bit, but it has quite a bit of lightning flashes just to the east of the Interstate 5 corridor near Chehalis, similar to where that strong cell is predicted to form later on. So then the main event comes through, and then the potential for a second event later on in the morning. This is 2 a.m. And then as it goes on, it really persists into sunrise for the most part. And then we get to the end of that bottle run. So it's still, even just a few hours out from the main event, still very high confidence and very good model agreement. Let's go back to surface cape, and the surface cape keeps going up. Like, look, it's almost 3,000 joules per kilogram up in the mountains, and it's still almost, it's in the 600 to 700 range in the Puget Sound, so the energy is there. Now it's a matter of, will the storms take advantage of the energy? Supercell composite index is still between 2 and 3 across most of the Puget Sound, so there is a chance for supercells to move through. These are storms that can sustain themselves for a long period of time. They're usually long track, typically produce large hail, strong winds, and occasionally tornadoes, but the tornado threat once again is low for the area right now. And see, this model has backed off on the updraft helicity tracks over the interstate. Before this had it smack dab over the interstate up into this region of the color code. But it does still have some helicity tracks over the Lewis and Pierce County line. This is quite a ways southeast of the Nisqually entrance into Mount Rainier National Park. And then over the Cascades, again, more helicity tracks. But for the Puget Sound, it's really backed off on these totals a lot since the last run, which is a good sign if you don't want funnel spin-ups. Okay, Marco, hello from Oregon. Hey, Marco, what's up? Nice to see you on the stream. Welcome in. Robert Springer says, I'm out here in Seaside today with the family. Tons of lightning earlier today. Looking forward to tonight. Any chance, any good action out here on the coast? Oh, I'm glad you asked, and let's go take a look to see what the survey says. Because right now, if you're on the northwestern Oregon coast, you're getting it pretty good right now. But if we want to be for sure, we're going to have to zoom out a bit. So let's go to Washington State View and see it's showing some really strong updraft helicity tracks over the Cascades of Clackamas and Hood River counties. So that storm that's moving through could very well be rotating. We got 2 new subs, 84 subs. Thank you guys again for subscribing to the channel. You guys make this all possible. Let's refresh the radar to see what it's saying, and it's holding on. We've got scattered thunderstorms over the upper Willamette Valley now. These are moving northwest at about 30 miles per hour. And this storm complex here is going to be the one to watch. See if we can get any good velocity signatures on it yet. Not necessarily. It's still a little too far in the mountains to see exactly what's going on. But here's a cool tool that shows how high the storm cloud tops are. So the orange is pushing 40,000 feet, which is not commonly seen around here. Mostly on the eastern side of the Cascades of Oregon and Washington, but almost never on the west side unless it's a really strong storm. So the light orange here is between 38,000 to 42,000 feet above sea level. Or actually, I believe it's ground level. Pardon me on that. But now let's see just how intense these have gotten over time. So these storms are still very much intensifying as they march north-northwest. And eventually this one's going to be crossing into Hood River and Multnomah counties, and then into Skamania County very shortly, possibly within the next hour and a half. All right, let's do something with pivotal because I haven't used pivotal weather in some time during this stream. But let's go ahead and load the newest Her 3KM run. So much less STP values around the area. Let's go. Let's see, updraft helicities above 75 meters squared per second squared. So there's going to be some very small contours shown. If you look closely, these little polygons here are updraft helicity tracks. This is where it's predicting that the updraft for the storm will rotate and could produce funnel clouds. There's a big updraft helicity track here. This is as of 5 p.m. It's predicting over 75 meters squared per second squared of updraft helicity over here. So there could very well be a funnel cloud up in this area very soon if the forecast goes as planned. All right, Maddie Anderson checking in from Bellingham. Welcome. Nice to see you here. Welcome to the stream. And Lindsay Slee says, just curious about what Bonnie Lake closer to Buckley and 410 will look like. It's definitely going to get nasty later on. Let's go back to the infrared radar. So some higher cloud tops are moving into central Lewis County right now. More so specifically between Morton and Randall. The taller cloud tops are also forming over Vancouver and Portland. These are going to be moving north-northwest. So if you're on the I-5 corridor, anywhere between Portland and Olympia, watch out, your time's coming up. Anytime in the next 2 hours, it's going to be fair game. And just to give you guys perspective on how fast this is moving, this is an hour ago, and this is now. The tip that was way down here over along the Lewis River is already up towards Eatonville. So it's covering a lot of ground in little time. But anyways, Bonnie Lake is going to get nasty tonight, 100%. Let's go back to the recent Her, and we're going to go and zoom in to the Seattle Metro specifically. I'm going to pull up the reflectivity again. So let's see, Bonnie Lake is right around here. And actually, let me go to the 15-minute one so I can get a more precise idea of when it's going to start. So between 8:30 and 8:45, Bonnie Lake, be ready for strong thunderstorms. This includes strong outflow winds, heavy rain, lightning, as well as the potential for small to medium-sized hail. This is upwards of 1/2 inch to 3/4 of an inch hail. If we look at wind gust swath over a 15-minute period, you can see how the storm complex is marching its way northwest. Produces a few strong gusts up in Whatcom County and off of the waters of San Juan County. And then a few brief stronger gusts up in southern BC. But the moral of the story is it's sort of backing off on wind gusts a bit the closer we get to the event, but it's still going to be blustery. Let's see, any new questions at all so far? No. Just remember, guys, if you have any questions, do not be afraid to ask. I am more than happy to answer them to the best of my ability. I would also like to clarify, in case it does ever become an issue, no, I do not have a degree in meteorology. However, I've been studying meteorology for 3/4 of my life now. So I've got a pretty good idea of what I'm talking about. All right, so we have officially surpassed 4,500 followers on the Puget Sound Stormwatch Facebook page. Amazing. You guys are too good to me. let me go ahead and post to my Facebook page story real quick, so you guys are gonna be in the story. So if you're watching, say cheese. All right, ready? And snap. Hopefully everyone smiled. Okay, so Portland says that the severe thunderstorm warning has expired for Clackamas, Lynn, and Marion counties. This is the big cell that was drifting behind the two other prominent cells over the Cascades of Oregon. Let's go back to the radar real quick. It says that this cell right here, the warning has been allowed to expire. It has weakened below severe limits. And now the one for Clackamas and Marion, which is... Okay, so this was the one that was allowed to expire. This one just expired too. I just got the ding. This one, as of right now, is still active till 5 o'clock. Severe thunderstorm warning for eastern Clackamas County, mostly rural Clackamas County. Up to 86 subs. We're getting closer and closer. Alright, windy. We just got an updated scan, and yes, the clouds are officially starting to move in to the South Sound. So if you look to your south, you'll see some probably mid-level cumulus and some upper-level cirrus clouds. Those are the wispy ones. That's an indication that the storms are not too far now. We are about 2 hours out from the main event in the South Sound, or the southwest interior, which is Olympia area, and we're about 3 hours out from the Puget Sound's main event. See, Lindsay says, thank you so much. You're very welcome, Lindsay. Thank you again for watching the stream. See, Maddie says, looks like it'll break up a little as it comes into Whatcom County. I'm still hoping for some lightning action, though. There is still a good potential for lightning up north. All of the storms will most likely become a little disorganized as they move north, just because it's going to lose that daytime heating and the instability is going to weaken quite a bit. The atmosphere is going to stabilize as nighttime falls, just because we don't have that lift mechanism anymore. It's really just going to be feeding off of the moisture that's over the area. And then Tomyan, excuse me if I botched your name. I'm in Lewis County between Centralia and Chehalis. What is our ETA and will it be strong? I hope it is strong. Okay. Yeah, so it looks like all things are a go for... See, this is 8:30 p.m. So the leading edge of showers should be moving in by 7 o'clock, perhaps 6:45. And if this model run is correct, you'll be seeing a strong thunderstorm just outside your vicinity by 8:30. And then the potential for another round of storms, perhaps, as we go into the early morning hours. We're still getting some signals of possible thunderstorms in the South Sound at daybreak. This truly could be a once-in-a-decade event, folks. Could be watching history in the making, for all you know. Okay, Steve asks, is there a future cast or just you scrolling over? So right now, I'm scrolling over manually. I could put this into animation if I wanted to. There's a play button right here, but you know, you get the point. So this is all a future cast anyways. This is not happening right now. So if you want real-time data, you'd have to look at the radar as it is like this. This radar does not have a prediction. That's where the forecast models are for. So from the time of the initiation, for example, 22Z is 3 o'clock p.m. So this is the 3 o'clock forecast model. It's in hourly steps for each frame if you go to the HER 3KM. It's in hourly steps up to 18 hours per interval. But when it renders for 0Z, 6Z, 12Z, and 18Z in 6-hour intervals, it does go out to 48 hours. So notice how this goes out to 18 hours, so this run is complete. The 23Z will begin rendering very shortly. But if I go to 18Z, 4 runs ago, it goes all the way out to 48 hours. So once the 0Z begins rendering after 5 o'clock, it'll really give us a good idea of what's to come later on tomorrow too. Since we are well within range of all of the high resolution forecast models. Okay, Tom Yin once again says, thank you so much. You're very welcome. I lived in Illinois as well as Arkansas and am quite missing real weather. Well, hopefully for those of you who transplanted from the Midwest or the East Coast, get a little homecoming visit today. It's not going to be nearly as muggy as, like when I was in Indiana, for example, it was nearly 100% humidity the whole time. It's not going to be quite like that. The dew points and temperatures are going to be in the 60s for the most part. Temperatures in the 70s, but okay, so update from Portland, Oregon. The severe thunderstorm warning for Clackamas County continues until 5 o'clock, so it will not be allowed to expire yet. Alright, voice box getting sore. Time to chug some water real quick. In case anyone wants to know, this is a 1 gallon jug, 3.75 liters. Alright, Shane Morrison asks expected wind speeds near Monroe. We need to batten down the hatches. It's highly recommended that you batten down the hatches, even if the wind doesn't kick up or not. Because, or does or doesn't kick up, pardon me. So let's go down to, let's see, max surface wind gusts on this recent run, and Monroe is right around here. And it shows after the event's done, and this is actually new. This is my first time. No, excuse me. Rookie mistake. It was on the 4 runs ago. Okay, this is the most recent run. So it doesn't show much in terms of wind gusts for Monroe, but it's still enough to kick up debris and loose material. Now, if we go to wind speed, however, not counting gusts, looks like you do have a potential for some stronger wind gusts after the system at around 2 o'clock. So the wind map's kind of all over the place just because of how much wind shear there is. Let me check this point sounding again. It's not showing anything too crazy at the moment. So as it moves into the Puget Sound, no hazard type. Okay, so there we got a severe here for a second. So the recent run of the HER 3KM valid at 3Z, which is 8 p.m. for Puget Sound lowlands, predicts possible severe thunderstorms in this area for this hourly period. It's even picking up supercell contour, but nothing for significant hail as of yet. So Keith says, looks like Vancouver is getting some lightning strikes. That is true. The Portland vicinity is currently getting the leading edge of thunderstorms at the moment. That will slowly begin to move. No, actually, that will quickly begin to move. My bad. Up north-northwest towards Vancouver and then up into Longview through the southwest interior. But it's going to be what's on the eastern edge of this flank that we're really going to have to keep an eye on. And once it gets into Washington, there's a good chance that, according to what the models show, it'll start to expand and form more of a mesoscale convective system look, like a more organized system. Because right now this is pretty disorganized, and the thunderstorms are all over the map. But eventually, it'll most likely get some structure later on. Okay, so according to this, looks like the cloud base is going to be, let's see, at around 2.4 kilometers. So it's predicting a high base storms, not good for funnel clouds or tornadoes. This is as of the most unstable cape, so a little over 1300 joules per kilogram of energy, but we still have 35 joules per kilogram of inhibition, which is not good for storm development, but still the cape greatly outmatches the inhibition. We have, this is called a level of free convection. This is at about 3 kilometers up. And there's also, this is an equilibrium level. This is where this white dashed line crosses the red solid line. So the white is more of a theoretical temperature, while the red is actual. So where these points cross at the top is the equilibrium layer. That is the highest that the storm tops can go, at least before they start to overshoot, because if you've heard overshooting anvils, sometimes the updrafts are so strong that the clouds can actually go higher than it's able to. From the level of free convection up to the equilibrium level is where all the energy is. So back in the day, you'd have to use calculus to determine what the area of this contour is between the red solid line and the white dashed line. But you see, the level of free convection actually is not where the intersection point of this is. Kind of fascinating stuff. I'm still learning about it myself. So then this is called a hodograph. It shows several wind vectors. So velocity as in direction and magnitude for each height in the atmospheres. For example, 0 to 1 kilometers, 1 to 3, 3 to 6, 6 to 9, and so forth. This is a good tool on determining tornado potential. Back to the chat. Spooky Kabuki says 3 hours till. Yes, you are right. If you're in the South Sound, most likely we're about 3 hours out from the main event. And Joey Solar again says, I wish you could stay on until it hits our area. If all goes as planned, there's a shot. Like I said, my schedule is mostly clear for tonight. Once the storms get closer, you will see me on camera duty, so I may drop in and out of the stream from time to time, or I may just set up a camera in the window. Because right now, I've got a GoPro doing a time lapse in the window, but I could also set up my DSLR camera. And of course, I'd be flying the drone. One thing I did before during a previous storm event was fly the drone 400 feet up in the air in the nighttime during a thunderstorm and in the daytime during a thunderstorm, and just had to get whipped around because wind gusts about 400 feet above the ground were pushing 40 miles per hour both times. Alright, so we are stagnant at 86 subscribers. That's okay, no complaints. Recent radar shows the storm eventually moving out of Clackamas County. This will be moving into Multnomah County soon enough, mostly rural regions. So just heads up, if you are in or near Sandy, Oregon, or Government Camp, Oregon, if you're on State Route 26 here, get ready. Batten down the hatches because this storm is almost right on top of you. Starting to see some high clouds out the window. Still no lightning strikes in Washington State at the moment. Closest one that we had was off the shore of Cape Disappointment near Seaview. That's in Pacific County. Other than that, all the lightning strikes are staying in Oregon as of now. And as you saw there, new lightning strikes are popping up as we speak. See, Joey says again, thank you. I live in a boathouse in Port Orchard, so this is helpful for us boaters. Very fascinating. Yeah, marine conditions will definitely deteriorate as this storm complex goes over, but it should quickly resolve within about 15 to 20 minutes after the storm passage, because then the burst of wind will be out of the way. The heavy rain will subside, but you'll still see the lightning after it passes. There's a good chance you'll be able to see this lightning well north of the location that you're at after this passes over. Keith says seeing high clouds over the Olympic Mountains. Yes, so over the west side of the Olympic Peninsula, over Forks to La Push, you're getting some high clouds moving onshore. Yeah, some of these are starting to develop over the mountains. They may actually be taking advantage of the orographic lift of the mountains, which is air that rises because of the terrain features. And so it's intensifying over Forks, but it is moving offshore towards Nia Bay and Cape Flattery, Quileute, Macaw Reservation. Really, whatever you want to call it. Let's go back to the coastal radar. So no storms up there yet. It's really just high clouds forming. And then, yeah, we will eventually have these storms start to cross into Washington. And the last severe thunderstorm warning in Oregon has officially expired. It says the storm has weakened below severe limits and has moved out of the warned area. Seattle radar is almost clear at the moment. You'll start to see the echoes pop up about 100 nautical miles or 115 miles out from the radar here very shortly, once it comes into range. Let's see, Joey says, I'm going fishing in the morning. Make sure it's after daybreak, as long as you're not going too early in the morning, because there's still the potential for a second round of storms that the models are picking up. There's a good signal for, at the very least, some heavy rain and blustery winds. Maybe not full-on thunderstorms, but it's still something to keep an eye on. So I'd say wait till after 8 o'clock at least, just to be on the safe side. A lot of new lightning strikes. We got some over rural Columbia County in Oregon, some within the Portland area. So these are in Washington County, I believe, just outside of Beaverton city limits. More lightning strikes near Estacada, southwest of Sandy. A lot of lightning strikes around Estacada right now. Let's go and pull that up on the radar real quick. So Estacada is, so I believe that's Clackamas County. That's right in here. So yeah, there's a good chance that these storms will undergo a process called recycling, which is exactly what it sounds like. It's going to recycle itself into a newer, stronger storm. It'll weaken and it'll in theory respirate. It'll increase in intensity, decrease in intensity, and just keep the cycle going until the storm runs out of energy and eventually dies. 5:30 a.m. might be a little too early for you, Joey, because if we go back to this weather model, see, the 23Z just started rendering, but if we go back to the 22Z, if we go out to 5 a.m., See, you said you were out in Port Orchard. You're still getting quite a bit of action there, but maybe you could do it as early as 6 o'clock and get away with it. Most of the activity should be out by 8 o'clock, and definitely towards 9 o'clock. All right, so we are at 17 viewers, 17 likes. We have them balanced. Let's see, so we have 8 reactions on the story, 900 viewers. It's crazy. That's the greatest reach that I've had from a story in some time, if not ever. You just make sure. Oh, geez, I'm so distracted. I didn't even post my Facebook story. Guess I should probably do that real quick, right? With that being said, I'm gonna take another quick little 5 minute breather because I need to drink some more water, rest my voice because my voice is feeling a little sore. But I will be back shortly. Thank you guys for your patience. Should be about 5 minutes. Okay, everyone, we are back again. For those of you still hanging around, thank you again for your patience while I took that quick little 5-minute break. I do have some breaking news now. So, as of a few minutes ago, this is as of 5:04. Let's pull this up real quick. The thunderstorms are officially crossing into Washington State. So we now have a severe thunderstorm warning covering 5 counties, 3 in Oregon and 2 in Washington. So, severe thunderstorm warning for Clackamas, Hood River, Multnomah, Clark, and Skamania counties. This time, we have a confirmed report from a weather spotter for the first time in this event. And actually, let me pull up this storm report too, because this is... Oh yeah, that's... Someone was really far in the mountains. But let's see, so they observed 1-inch diameter hail 1 mile north-northwest of Welch's, Oregon at 4:59 p.m. So this is the real deal, guys. Like, storm spotters are actually confirming this. See, Marco says it's pretty windy in Beaverton. Oh, I'd imagine that leading edge is on your doorstep. We're up to 87 subs. So it's this storm complex right here that we're eyeballing. It's going to cross into both Skamania and Clark counties after it crosses the Columbia River. And if this maintains its strength, its current velocity, this will likely be moving into central Lewis County here in the next 2 hours. And if you guys see this, watch closely. It's really starting to expand and bow out now. Like, see, let's play this back extra slowly. There's a lot of dynamics going on in the upper levels of the troposphere right now, which is the lowest level of the atmosphere, where all the weather happens. Starting to get some pretty thick clouds coming into the South Sound, so outside my window it's almost completely all cirrus now. And we'll start to see some of that mid-level cumulus and perhaps some cumulonimbus here real soon. I mean, once the cumulonimbus comes in, then you know it's game on. Like, storms are right on the doorstep. But all of the cumulonimbus is still down here in the Willamette River Basin. We now have lightning strikes in Washington. This one is a little bit outside of Washougal. So this struck well outside of the parent storm. That's why, once again, just a review, they say if you can hear thunder, you're close enough to be struck by lightning. You can be struck by lightning up to 15 miles out from a storm in ideal conditions. So, yeah, this does include Washougal, Sandy, Stevenson, Cascade, Locks, Vancouver, Gresham, Troutdale, Skamania, Estacada, North Bonneville, Multnomah Falls, and Washington Route 14 between mile markers 10 and 42. And also Interstate 84 on the other side between 14 and 43, as well as Highway 26 between mile markers 15 and 39. Let's put this into perspective again. These are the affected counties. Just barely crosses into Hood River County. It's looking like it's going to move almost directly over the Cascade Locks in the next half hour. 88 subs. We are 12 subs away, guys. We're almost there. So close, I can almost taste it. Okay, let's pull up most unstable Cape for this run. Keeps most of the MU Cape up to the mountains and foothills, but there's still values well over 1,000 in the Puget Sound lowlands. And even as you go on later on through the morning, this is 9 a.m., we still have a sufficient amount of energy for thunderstorms to use if they're able to form again. Alright, so here's the lapse rate again. This is 700 to 500 millibar heights. These are towards the upper layers of the troposphere, so these are what are considered upper level lapse rates, in excess of 7 degrees per kilometer, and spiking as high as 8 degrees per kilometer at times. Like at 8, let's see, let's go back to 8 p.m. here in southern King County. We're at 8.2 degrees Celsius per kilometer. That is steep for this area. Okay, going back to Facebook. Still at 3,600 likes, 4,500 followers. Alright, let's see. So, on Facebook, they said, give me all the thunder boomies. Just gotta hold your horses for another 2.5 hours or so, and we'll give you some thunder boomies. Bad time to stutter. See what the like counter is according to my clock down here. We are at 3,637 likes. So that means we are officially up, I believe, 445 likes since last night. Astounding, still. Can't believe it. Guys, if you're watching this stream, keep sharing my Facebook and my YouTube if you feel like it. It supports me in more ways than you can even imagine, and it makes more live streams like these possible in the future. So I thank you guys again for your continued support. We are officially at 3 hours and 14 minutes on the stream now. We started at 2:02 p.m. Pacific. It is 5:16 p.m. Pacific. And I believe even since I started the stream, we're up a little over 20 subs. So you guys are doing great. Thanks again. Okay, radar update. The leading edge of this main storm here is just about to cross over the Cascade Locks into Skamania County. Someone asked for a link to the stream, so go ahead and give them that real quick. Let's see, where is it? Okay, there we go. Alright, so yeah, we are currently at 17 viewers, so for those of you just joining, hello, my name is Anthony. I am the host of Puget Sound Stormwatch. Welcome to the first official live stream for the channel. And so far, it's a good one. I have a good feeling I'll probably lose quite a bit of traffic when Michael starts his live stream. But don't worry, I'm not trying to compete with him. It's not even a competition. He blows me out of the water. See, the back storms. Definitely this one here is really starting to expand eastward. So some of these cells are in eastern Oregon, moving over the Cascade Crest into the west side of Oregon. By the time they do that, they'll most likely already be in Washington. So we're still getting some strong radar returns on the east side of this cell here. Could be producing some more damaging hail as it crosses the river. So if you're in southern Skamania County near Cascade Locks, just be aware of your surroundings. Hail could start at any time. So no recent updates from Portland or Seattle. So they must be pretty busy at work. Joey asks Michael who. I'm talking about Michael Snyder with Pacific Northwest Weather Watch. Very popular YouTube channel that does videos every day and occasional live streams during big events. Believe he's at around 68,000 subs, so feel free to subscribe to him as well. You know, he's got a degree, he's been in the field for a long time. He's as credible as you can get. You know, big praise to Michael. Alright, let's see what's coming up with the 23Z her. This is the 4 p.m. run. We are out to 11 out of 18 hours. So this has a lot of the activity staying a little farther west now. So this still has a storm start time of 8 p.m. for central Thurston and western Pierce counties. And by 9 o'clock, it's already overtaking Tacoma. And as a matter of fact, we're getting some larger echoes now over the Jupiter fire. And just to review, these are wet thunderstorms, so the risk of having dry fire starts is low, very minimal. And then it still has the potential for a second round to come a little bit later on after that. This has some weaker storms moving through it between 1 and 2 a.m. in the Tacoma I-5 corridor. Now let's check rainfall rates again. Definitely backing off on rainfall rates with this newest run. Has got right around 0.15 inches per hour for this southern corridor right here. And it doesn't get much above that as it moves north. Still has impressive rainfall rates over an inch per hour over the Olympic crest. So the HER seems to be backing off on precip and storm intensity with every run. But still a very good shot for potentially a historic lightning show. Like you see that indigo dark blue color right there? You want as much of that as possible if you like lightning. And actually it has a wider swath for more frequent lightning, perhaps as much as a flash every 5 minutes, if not more, for a huge swath of southwest Washington. And then most of Seattle's activity will come between 10 and 11 p.m. Huge swath of lightning flashes here. And what I find interesting is this big blob of potential lightning flashes once again over Tacoma. This is around 2 a.m. Pacific. And that hangs on for a while into the morning time. Still shows some helicity tracks, but it's definitely backing off each run. Apparently, I am mispronouncing Willamette. What is it, Willamette? Or Willamette? I guess I will wait for a response on that. Zero respect at all, huh? Well, I'm very sorry to disappoint you. So let's see. Maddie says, okay, Willamette. Is that right, Marco? Willamette? In the meantime, while I'm waiting for an answer on that, let's go back to the comments. Oops, I wasn't looking. Can you move the blue over Whatcom County again? Were you talking about this blue? No, wait. This blue, perhaps. Because it's got a lot of lightning flashes for the North Sound, Skagit into Whatcom counties between 2 a.m. and 3 a.m. And a bulk of the activity is over Snohomish County at right around the turn of the day. Okay, so clarify this for me again. Willamette, is that right? Willamette. And we just hit 90 subs. All right, good. I got it. It's Willamette Valley. Willamette. Yes, I know. I'm a Washingtonian. I wasn't born in Oregon. Not quite sure of the Oregon dialect, but I'm still going to assume that that's what it is. So thank you for calling me out on that, Marco. So as of this recent scan on the radar, the storm is very well into southern Skamania County now. Most of it has crossed the Columbia River, and parts of it are crossing into eastern Clark counties. Let's go check the lightning map again. Looking outside my window, there's very little blue sky left, and now we're getting lightning over the Olympics. So let's go back to the coastal radar. It's pretty hard to see just because the radar doesn't cover the mountains well. Perhaps the Camino Island radar will pick... Nope. Okay, so back to the coastal Langley Hill radar. It says we're getting lightning strikes over the mountains. This is in a radar dead zone between two radars, so it's very difficult to see exactly where lightning is going. It really just relies on... Okay. Also, yes, and Sharina, thank you very much for clarifying that too. Will Lamb it. Looks like Stanwood will get a good lightning show. Yes, if all goes as planned, right at around midnight to 1 a.m., expect a good lightning show in Stanwood and surrounding communities. The previous one. Maddie, if you're still watching this, not quite sure exactly which one you meant, so my apologies for that. Perhaps, no, this isn't blue. Okay. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure what you were talking about, Maddie, so my apologies on that. Okay, you got it. All right, good. You're welcome. Sorry about that. Go back to checking the Facebook page again. So let's see. My newest Facebook page story, which I posted 24 minutes ago, has 100 impressions already. Not too shabby. Okay, and then it looks like I got another page like a couple minutes ago. So as of now, we are officially at 3,640 Facebook page likes. 3,640. Well, what do you think? Is there a shot we'll get the 4,000 likes? Go check YouTube again. Up to 92. Oh man. If you guys keep sharing this stream, we'll be to 100 in no time. Alright, thunderstorm complex. It's mostly out here in Columbia County, some in Washington and Polk counties, and moving into Clatsop counties. There's a new area of interest over northern Vancouver that looks to be paralleling I-5 into Cowlitz County, but still the main focus is this big boy right here. Although it does look weaker on the most recent scan, it still has a very good chance of producing strong winds, potentially damaging winds. So we're getting much more frequent lightning over the Olympics now. This is a ways southeast of Forks. I don't think there's anybody living here, so the threat is very minimal. There's one strike way out here, a little bit northwest of Lake Cushman. So that's the closest strike to the Seattle Metro as of right now. Now we have a new weather statement from the National Weather Service office in Portland, saying a strong thunderstorm will impact northwestern Hood River, Multnomah, Clark, Skamania, and Cowlitz counties. So now they're including Cowlitz in this. So guys, within the next hour, there's a good chance that these storms will be in the Seattle county warning area, and some areas could potentially start receiving alerts. So if you have signed up for cell phone alerts, even if you haven't, you most likely would get an alert in the event of a severe thunderstorm or flash flood warning. You most likely wouldn't get it if the severe thunderstorm watch is expanded north, though. We do need to watch out for if that watch does get expanded north with time. So we'll have to wait for the next mesoscale discussion to come out from the Storm Prediction Center. That'll clarify whether or not the watch needs to be expanded or even extended for Oregon. Let's see, Brett Allen says, keep up the good work, man. Thank you, Brett, again for your support. All right, so we were at 25 viewers just a moment ago. We are now at 22, 18 stream likes. All right, you guys are doing great. Thank you for getting the message out there. Moral of the story is be ready for crazy lightning tonight after sunset, no matter where you are really in Western Washington. When do you think they'd expand the warning area? So in this case, it's not a warning, it's a watch. I'm afraid that there are two completely different things. A watch covers a wide swath of area for a longer period of time and says there could be warnings in this area and to keep watch, wait for warnings. So it's like a level 2 evacuation, get set, but it's not go like the warning, which is a level 3. And so we'd be waiting for when the thunderstorms move probably into northern Cowlitz, perhaps even southern Lewis counties. And then after it crosses into Lewis County, it's a matter of what the Seattle National Weather Service does. Right now, all we're watching is Portland National Weather Service. Once it goes into Lewis County, it's fair game for Seattle. Will they issue the warnings? Who knows? But the watches come from above the local offices. It's the Storm Prediction Center in Norman. So Seattle and Portland cannot issue their own severe watches. All right, 92 subs and counting. Let's get the latest radar scan here from the coastal radar. Let's go check the satellite. So we're now getting some pretty high cloud tops moving over southern Pierce County. However, these are non-convective at the moment. Getting a lot of new lightning strikes south of the Lewis River. And we got some new lightning strikes. See, the scan just updated, and we got some really high cloud tops right over the Columbia River, downtown Vancouver. Activity seems to be slowing down at the moment over the Olympics. But once this swath of cooler cloud tops moves in, then, be ready. Have your cameras ready. Make sure all of your windstorm preparations are in place. We still don't know exactly what the wind intensity is going to be like, but there's good confidence that there will be a nice short burst of strong winds as the storms move over, gradually decreasing as the storms move north. Okay. Let's see, comments on my recent post. Thanks for keeping us informed. Sure thing. There's a report of lots of thunder and rain in Vancouver, Washington, not BC. Let's see, sitting here in North Centralia waiting for the boomer. Stay safe and pray for no fires. The likelihood for fires right now is minimal, considering that the air is going to be moist and most of the storms are going to be high precip. So high precip is what you want. Low precip is good for getting storm structure, but you want high precip to reduce the chance of lightning driven wildfires. Just making sure. All right, my GoPro is still time-lapsing. We're almost completely out of blue sky here in Milton. Starting to see some mid-level clouds moving up. A good indication that the leading edge is about 2 hours away at this point. Hey guys, thank you so much for sharing. We're getting a lot of reach now. We are at a new record of 28 viewers and 19 likes. So for those 28 viewers, if anyone's brand new here, once again, I'm going to start out by saying hi. My name is Anthony. I am the host and founder of Puget Sound Stormwatch. Thank you for coming to the first official Puget Sound Stormwatch live stream. We are glad to have you. If you have any questions, feel free to type them down in the comments. I will answer them to the best of my ability in a timely manner. Alright, gotta readjust my chair real quick. Alright, we are now at 21 stream likes. Speaking of likes, still at 3,640 Facebook likes. Also, I should mention that I do have a weather Twitter or X account as well. I believe the handle is at MiltonWATech99. Let me see if I can pull it up on the screen real fast. And of course, I gotta be signed in, but lucky me, can't remember my password. But anyways, the @ is. Let me go ahead and post this in the comments. So that's my Twitter weather account. I also post a lot of football updates during Seahawks games and whatnot, although I wasn't watching the Seahawks game this time around for obvious reasons. Just because, so busy with this stream trying to keep you guys informed. I honestly would much rather be doing this than watching the game anyways. Steve says, hey, nice to meet you. Pleasure to meet you too, Steve. And he also asks, you ever follow Cliff Mass? Not sure what happened to him. Yes, I do follow Cliff Mass, and I do read a lot of his blogs. But now that you say something, I did notice that I haven't seen his blogs in a while. But there's another guy's blogs who I read too. His name is Matthew Fab. He was in this stream when it started. His blog is called The Weatherman 2. It's theweatherman2.blogspot.com if I recall correctly. You can find him on Twitter at Matthew Fab, PFAB. And Amy says, what are we looking at on the screen now? So I still have the infrared satellite imagery up currently. Switch this to visible. This shows basically what the satellite is seeing in real time. So you can start to see there's a nice little feature right here. You see that shadow? That's something I want to take a look at real quick. So that's a little bit northwest of Longview right now. There's nothing out there, so it's a little perplexing to me. Let's look on the Portland radar and see if it shows anything different. Potentially storm outflow, maybe, if I had to take a guess. But still, very cool feature right there. And you guys can just see, like, you see how this looks like smoke? Like, these sort of look like big pyrocumulus clouds, but they're white. Those are the cumulonimbus cloud tops. They're hitting what's called the equilibrium layer, the highest that they can go, and then they're spreading out. So that means that most of these storms have hit their full possible maturity at the moment. And now we're getting some new lightning strikes in the Central Olympics too. So these storms are also going to be moving north-northwest. So if you're near the Aloha River, then keep a close eye on these guys. Anywhere west of Port Angeles, be on standby over the next hour or so. Also, we are at 93 subs. We're 7 away from 100 subs. The storm is currently right in the middle of the county line where Clark meets Skamania County. It's approaching Cowlitz County fast. So in the next half hour, if you're in eastern Cowlitz County, be ready for rapidly deteriorating thunderstorm conditions, including strong winds, hail, heavy rain, and lightning. Are you predicting high winds? Amy asks. I wouldn't say really high winds, just blustery as the storm front moves through. There's a good chance that there could be an isolated damaging wind gust above 50 to 55 miles per hour perhaps. However, the models have been trending down with this in recent runs. The high-res models, I should clarify. So this is wind gust swath, and this one is actually picking up a little bit between Bainbridge Island and Seattle. So this is a little over 40 miles per hour right there in that spot, with potential isolated gust of up to 40 miles per hour over SeaTac this evening. Yeah, because this is 10 p.m. these gusts are being picked up. So expect delays at SeaTac, departure and arrival tonight. Can almost guarantee it. I believe that Portland International's getting delays as we speak. Alright, so once again we are at a new record for viewers. We are at 33 viewers. We are 3 hours and 40 minutes into the stream. It is almost 6 o'clock, which means that the southern end of the Seattle County warning area should be seeing deteriorating conditions in the next 45 minutes or so. Put this into motion real quick because I want to see how this feature sort of panned out. Yeah, that's pretty cool. You don't see that too often. But look at how quickly this convection intensifies. This is an hour ago. This is just like in the last half hour even. You just saw the storm top explode on the storm crossing over the Cascade Locks. And these ones over the Cascade Crests of Oregon, those ones are doing some damage for sure. Guarantee it. Alright, going back to Facebook real quick. See if there are any updates. Alright, if you are coming from Facebook, thank you for following the page. If you haven't already, go ahead and give this stream a like, share, and subscribe to the channel. All the support goes towards doing this much more frequently in the future. Right now, it's really just a motivation factor. But time's also kind of tight, so we're working with it. We just got a radar update. And there's a disorganized area of heavy rain in the Willamette Valley right now. Most of the action is to the east. Still going to keep an eye on what happens with this complex here, because the weather models are predicting this to expand outwards, which currently it is right now. Just not as fast of a rate as the models were previously predicting. Just got the ding in my headphones, which means there's a new weather statement from the National Weather Service office in Portland. And the Portland office is saying that northeastern Clackamas, southwestern Hood River, and southeastern Multnomah counties will experience strong thunderstorm conditions through 6:15 p.m. Pacific. This is 8 miles south of Government Camp, so this is near U.S. Highway 26, moving northwest. Big time jump, guys. We are 4 subscribers away from 100 on the channel. Just one last push. If we can get to 100 subs, I will call this stream an official success. See, we got the 23Zs fully rendered now. Let's see what the helicity tracks are showing. This most recent run has almost completely eliminated all helicity tracks in the Puget Sound area, which means that the chance for rotating thunderstorms has greatly decreased over the last model run. And this is a good model that shows exactly what a hodograph does. So it shows changes in wind velocity with height in the atmosphere. So the pink, it's very hard to see, but it's in there. Like, look right here, for example. The pink is between 0 and 1 kilometers. Red is 1 to 3 kilometers. Green is 3 to 6. And yellow is 6 to 9. And this is above ground level, not sea level. And the rings both indicate 20 knot intervals for wind magnitude. So this ring right here would be 23 miles per hour. This one would be 46 miles per hour. Okay, so we got a new updated slight risk for both Portland and Seattle County warning areas. Gotta wait for that to update, because right now it's saying it's not available. So we'll give that a minute, and then we'll pull that up, see what that says. Keith says, still sunny in Stanwood. Yep, that's all part of the plan. If we go back to the satellite, you're about to get that high level cloud cover coming in very shortly. You're one of the last areas in the North Sound that will see sun tonight. Because right now, outside my window, I'm starting to see even some mid-level stratus, which is a good indication that the instability's moving in very fast. let's see here. Channel analytics. So we are at 98. Two more subs. Two more subs, guys. Keep sharing and keep liking. Keep giving it that thumbs up. Every like and every share, every subscribe matters. So let's see now if we get a good velocity signature on these. You can definitely tell it's a nice wind in the southwest corner of the storm here. It's nothing too crazy. It doesn't indicate any broad rotation. Right now, most of the storms are not what we would call mesocyclones, which are rotating supercells. No radar evidence of any mesocyclones yet. Let's look at echotops. So the radar area doesn't count. So ignore that eye right there. But the echotops aren't too impressive at the moment for the most part. Like we have a small area of between 38 to 42,000 feet right here, but the rest of it is in the 30,000 feet range. You can see that the storm has weakened a little bit since coming off the Cascade Crest. We're still looking at good. Yeah, we're looking at good northwesterly flow right now. Excuse me, it's the other way around. Southeasterly flow. It's always the direction the wind is coming out of. You would say it's moving northwesterly, but the flow is southeasterly. All right, Spooky Kabuki, nice to see you again. Welcome back. Clouds over Shelton. Perfect. Those are, since you're a little bit farther south than me, starting to get some nice organization here. And also, this storm is really popping off here over the Olympics. That's something I really want to go check out real quick. Once again, it's really not being picked up by the radar since it's in that radar hole. The mountains are obstructing the radar beam. Excuse me, guys. If we go up to a higher tilt, this is for members only, so apparently, but we're gonna give it a try and see what happens. So the higher the tilt we go, and the higher up the radar beam is going to go, and it actually gets a pretty good idea of what's going on here. It's going to eliminate a bunch of the radar clutter in the lower levels. So the lowest degree is 0.5 degrees above the horizon. The highest is 3.5 degrees above the horizon. So this is looking higher up into the atmosphere. But for all intensive purposes, we mostly just stay on the 0.5 degrees above horizon tilt. Let's see if this slight risk post is ready. Yes, it is. So if we bring this into fruition, they have shrank the slight risk area, so the Central Oregon Cascades are no longer in the slight risk. They are strictly in the marginal risk. The contours in Washington remain unchanged. So the same area is in the slight risk, same area is in the marginal risk. Less than 2% tornado chance all areas. Still have a 5% chance of seeing damaging winds in excess of 58 plus miles per hour within 25 miles of a point. Same goes for hail, but the hail risk is a little bit farther south and east. So most likely Seattle will miss out on significant hail. Let's read through this real quick. So this is interesting here. Northeasterly low-level flow should contribute to robust updrafts capable of generating hail and wind. So there are strong updrafts. They're just not rotating. So that's one reason why the tornado risk is as low as it is. There's not the helicity that you need to generate tornadoes. So yeah, so it says northeasterly low level flow. So this means it's coming out of the northeast. So there is wind shear there because the higher up you go into the atmosphere, the wind shifts to out of the. Although now that I read this closely, I do believe actually I might have had it backwards on the flow. Because it says northwesterly flow, so I do believe actually I had that the other way around. It's from southeast to northwest. Since it's a negatively tilted trough, it has to go from southeast to northwest. So my bad on that. Alright, 31 viewers, 26 likes. We are closing in on the 4-hour mark, which is unprecedented, but it doesn't look like this is going to be ending real soon. Maddie says, tell it to stop weakening. I will do my best. I'll see what magic powers I can work up. Steve says that figures it always fizzle out for us. Well, there's still a lot of time in the day. So just keep your fingers crossed. Hope is not lost yet. I do want to see if the new NAM is ready though, which is not. Probably be a bit later on when the 0Z NAM comes out, but I do want to see what happens when the 0Z does come out. Just for experimental purposes, let's see what this has to say for storms, because this has been, yeah, this shows a very similar story, complex line of storms moving through, but the RRFS experimental, it's for experimental purposes, has it a little less organized and shows it fizzling really fast after it moves out of the South Sound. But remember, this is experimental, this is not a forecast. Just hypothesizing. Looking at the lower res 5km WRF ARW model. It's not really painting a clear picture, so let's see what the FV3 says. Same resolution but longer range. You can tell the resolution is lower because it doesn't show the storms as crisp as the higher resolution models do. So let's go check out the GOES satellite. So we're gonna zoom way out here. We're gonna go to the Pacific Northwest. This is the infrared, mid-level water vapor, so this is showing a huge plume of moisture coming up. So this, okay, there we go. I was wondering why it was skipping so many frames. But watch how this evolves really closely. It's going to start as a little plume in Northern California, and it's just going to become a monstrous complex of storms as it crosses into southwest Washington. So there's a good chance that if all goes well, this will peak over the South Sound and then gradually decrease in strength as it moves into BC. Now, visible satellite, you can see the storm complex over eastern Oregon and southeastern Washington, but the main story here is this huge cluster of cumulonimbus towers in the Columbia River Basin. Excuse me, the Western Columbia River. This is the Columbia River Basin. So the Western Columbia River from Cape Disappointment out to Cascade Locks. Really impressive satellite imagery right now. And then lightning density. This is a cool one. This logs the previous lightning density for the last period. So you can see recently there's some lightning over the Olympics offshore and what's crawling into Cowlitz County right now. Also, if you're in Wahkiakum County, near cities of Cathlamet, near the city of Cathlamet, I think that's, believe possibly Grays River and Rossburg are in there. Could be Pacific County, but those cities are nonetheless in the path of these storms as well. Like they're on your doorstep. It's a little disorganized, but it's still picking up lightning. I'm really liking how the storm is forming over the Olympics, and it's even got a couple of pop-up cells right behind it. I don't believe I saw any evidence on the radar of that in previous runs, but we just had the 0Z HER begin to initiate. So we're going to go back to the 23Z. Zoom in, and we're going to go back to the radar again. Somewhat supports it, but not the same intensity. It really has the show going around 10 o'clock. I do want to check to see if we have anything. We have 3 hours on the new HER run, and it's back to showing that bow echo feature. So this is a brand new development. It's going back to its roots. It only goes out to 8 o'clock right now, but it's got this huge storm complex crossing into southern Lewis County. This is a little bit east of Toledo, moving to the northwest, so it would affect the cities of Toledo, Winlock, Napa Vine, and potentially Centralia and Chehalis a little bit later on. So if you're around those cities, I'd say be ready by... Okay, so we got a new severe thunderstorm warning. This one is for Cowlitz, Skamania, and Clark counties. So the edge of this polygon is just outside the Seattle County warning area right now. Keith says looks like a shark. That it does. Interactive map, so picking up some good hail contours on this one. This one's pretty much destined to move straight into the Tacoma area later on. Models are indicating it, and the current radar is agreeing with the models at this point. So far, I would not say this has bust potential, unless you're a little farther north. But the South Sound looks like it's game on. With that, we are 1 subscriber shy of 100 on the night. So this storm looks like it will move almost directly over Mount St. Helens. So yeah, the scan just re-intensified here for the last radar scan, and it's going to be moving directly over Mount St. Helens. So if you get a hole in the clouds at all looking south, you might be able to see the echo top on the storm approaching. So let's go ahead and switch back to the Portland radar, and it tells a bigger story. Yeah, that storm's definitely gotten stronger. These storms are just kind of hanging on, but it looks like it's split a little bit over US Highway 26 right there. So one of these is going to be going off to the east a little bit, while the rest of these are going to be continuing to the north-northwest. So right now, if you are along the Lewis River in Cowlitz, Clark, or Skamania counties, get ready now to seek shelter. You should already be in your shelter if you're within 10 miles of this complex right here. And so Natalie W. asks, what you're saying the Chehalis and Centralia area should prepare for. So prepare for a strong thunderstorm. Also, look at that. We hit 100. Thank you guys. Thank you guys so much. It's too good to be true, right at the 4-hour marker too. Thank you guys again for 100 subs. But to get back to Natalie's question, let's go back to this radar image. I think we might have a few more frames now since it's been a couple minutes. Yes, so we're out to 8 hours now on the 0Z. So keep an eye on this storm closely right here. And actually, I'm going to switch back to the 15-minute interval real quick so we can go into smaller steps. get a better idea of where this is going to be in time. So this takes it right over the I-5 corridor to the immediate southeast of Chehalis. This is at 8:15 p.m. tonight, and this advances the storm a little north into Tacoma 15 minutes earlier than previous runs. This was 8:30 in previous runs. It's now 8:15. So be aware, the storm risk could begin a few minutes earlier. This is 8:30, huge thunderstorm, possibly severe thunderstorm right over Centralia and Chehalis. So Natalie, I'd say be ready by 7 o'clock at the latest for storm conditions. There's a chance that this could produce big hail and strong damaging wind gusts. Downtown Seattle between 8:45 and 9 o'clock. Also be ready for a nasty looking cell to come through. And then this model run actually has a better signal for a second round occurring shortly after the first round. So it seems to be bringing the second round into fruition much faster than the previous runs. But actually, we could get a back-to-back hit here if this model verifies. So Natalie, hopefully that answered your question. Thank you again for asking. All right, we are at, so we hit a peak of 34 viewers just minutes ago. 28 viewers. Thank you guys again for tuning in. Once again, be sure to share the stream with others who you know could be affected by this. Go ahead and like and share my Facebook page as well as my YouTube page so I can do more of these much more often. I also forgot 4 minutes ago we got another local storm report. This is well before the storm crossed into Washington. 3 miles southeast of Three Links, Oregon. 4:30 p.m. A member of the Sandstone Fire Department reported hail 1 inch in diameter, courtesy of the Park and Forest Service. So just to review what's going on right now, we do have a severe thunderstorm warning for this complex of storms moving through Clark, Skamania, and Cowlitz County north. It's looking like right now this will affect areas of Rife Lake near Morton in the next hour and a half. I feel like this one will go severe warned in the Seattle County warning area, which will mean that some cell phones and radio stations will activate for the warning. And I have at least one weather radio receiver behind me right now onto the station that serves the Washington Southwest interior. So if you want updates and alerts as they come in, tune your weather radio transmitter to channel 4. That is 162.475 megahertz. Let's go. I want to look up that call sign real quick to show you guys, if you have a weather radio, exactly what you're looking at. So this is the WXM62 NOAA weather radio transmitter. Serves Pacific County, so it does serve alerts for NWS Portland in this county. Also serves the coast of Grays Harbor County, as well as Greater Grays Harbor County, Mason County, Thurston County, Lewis County, and Pierce County. So if there were a severe thunderstorm warning to go into effect down here, this would be the radio frequency that transmits the alert. So if you have your weather transmitter set to channel 4, you would be picking up a severe thunderstorm warning if it were to be issued for Lewis County. So hanging on at 100 subscribers. Once again, thanks again, guys. Couldn't have been possible without all of you viewing and sharing the link. Should have a brand new radar scan here in a moment. It's showing this cell recycling down here in eastern Oregon. This is just west of US Highway 197. I believe this is pronounced Wasco County. Feel free to correct me if I mispronounced it. Wasco County in Oregon. Yeah, so you can already see the shadows from the taller cloud tops moving into the South Sound. The edge of the cumulonimbus clouds is approaching Lewis County now, and the northernmost lightning strike, and they're still popping up right now, just north of the Lewis River. So it's actually right over Mount St. Helens now. We're getting lightning strikes right over the St. Helens caldera, just south of Spirit Lake. So if you're near Mount St. Helens or know anyone near Mount St. Helens, go ahead and tell them to get to shelter immediately. Okay, got a couple new comments once again from Spooky Kabuki. Shared your page and directed friends to your channel on Facebook. This is great coverage. Once again, Spooky Kabuki, thank you very much for your continued support to the stream and the channel. Steve Robertson says, my phone just got a bunch of severe storm warnings in my area south of Tumwater. So that is for Cowlitz and Skamania counties. The thing about wireless emergency alerts is they're not always accurate for area. For example, there was a tornado warning for Silverdale and Kitsap County back in October 2021 during that storm event, and people as far east as King and Pierce counties got the alert saying that there was a tornado warning. So wireless emergency alerts do have their flaws. So now we wait very soon to see what the National Weather Service in Seattle decides to do. I'll also be looking at the Storm Prediction Center to see if they put out any discussions for a potential watch expansion up north. Lightning tracker is showing strikes now on Mount Olympic and a lot at Lake Cushman. Yes. So we'll have to go back to the Langley Hill coastal radar to see this. Yes, now it's picking it up pretty well, even on the lowest tilt. Going back to satellite imagery, and this one's got a really nice echo top on it now. So if you're to the west of Port Angeles and east of Forks, or anywhere along US 101 near the Aloha River, we just got that updated scan and it just expanded even more. Please take shelter immediately. Although there's not any recent cloud-to-ground lightning, the potential for cloud-to-ground lightning is still extremely high with this storm complex. If I look outside right now, I should be able to start to see this cloud shadow move over. So the higher echo tops will be moving into Lewis County very shortly. As of now, the leading edge of the storm is approaching Mount St. Helens. It looks to have that nice little bow feature, which will be something to keep close watch on because this could be producing damaging winds at the moment. We will have to wait to see if Skywarn did activate their spotters for the Seattle area, and we'll have to wait for local storm reports to see exactly what's going on. Because ground observations in this case are critical. Okay, we are almost done with the whole 0Z on the HER 3KM. So the 15-minute interval only goes out to 18 hours, but the full 1 hour interval goes out to 15 hours at this point. Shows an interesting little feature over the San Juan Islands as well. That could produce some strong winds ahead of it too. So anyone around Victoria, BC, up to Bellingham, as far north as Point Roberts, you want to keep an eye on this. This is for the 11 p.m. to 1 a.m. time frame. Alright, we got new post comments on Facebook. Come on, thunder, lightning. Experienced it in Jefferson, Oregon, moving your way. And watching your live stream all afternoon, I took a break to watch the local news cover the storm, and while their coverage was extremely disappointing. Thanks for keeping us updated with such detailed information. So, Darla Dowell, if you are watching the stream, thank you again for your support. You're a superhero. See if we got any additional page likes. So we are up 9 likes from the last check. We are at 3,649 page likes at the moment. In terms of subscribers, we are still hanging on steady right at 100. Newest scan on the radar should update anytime now. Pretty much convinced at this point that I am going to be keeping the stream up until the leading edge of the storms come into play. As soon as I can start to see the lightning, that's when I'll start to sort of back off and set up my camera a bit. But yeah, if I'm looking on Radar Scout Pro right now, and the storm is impressive. It's actually showing some rotation in the middle. It's weak rotation, but it's rotation right over Mount St. Helens. Just got new severe thunderstorm warning between, this is Warm Springs and Tye Valley, Oregon. This includes U.S. Route 97 and U.S. Route 197, north of Madras. Okay, still waiting on updates from the local National Weather Service office as well as the Storm Prediction Center. And we are now at, okay, so we got an update from the Weather Prediction Center for the rainfall outlook. They have updated the marginal risk for flash flooding. So same contour area as before. This, as a review, is at least 5% chance of flash flooding conditions within 25 miles of a point in this polygon. This includes the Bolt Creek burn scar southeast of Skykomish, near the unincorporated community of Grotto. Yeah, newest radar scan has a concerning looking bow echo to it that some of the models were picking up before, so we'll have to watch this in real time to see what goes on. As it moves into Lewis County, I fully expect this to go severe. So I'm going to go ahead and put my weather radio on in the background and listen to Channel 4 to see what the NWS does. I can hear it just enough so that I know what it's saying. But yeah, we're keeping a close eye on this. This is a strange formation over Mount St. Helens. Matter of fact, let me share this to my Twitter real fast. There's a good chance that we'll get a severe thunderstorm warning in the next 20 minutes for central Lewis County. This will most likely be between Randall and Morton. This will affect a good majority of the Rife Lake area as well. Let's go back to the stream. No new comments as of recent. We're now at a record number of 37 viewers. For those of you just tuning in, hello, nice to meet you. My name is Anthony. I am the host of Puget Sound Stormwatch. We are currently watching this developing thunderstorm complex here move into Lewis County. Let me turn the volume up on the radio a bit because I want you guys to hear it as well. Alright, GoPro is still recording. Time lapse. You guys might be able to hear that a little better now. Okay guys, I am completely open for comments and questions at the moment. So if you have any questions, even if you think they're dumb questions, feel free to drop them down below. Like I said, I have all the time in the world to answer them. We're just basically at this point not really model watching. Now we're just radar watching in real time. We're at 103 subs and counting. So wait for the windy map to update. Now we wait anxiously to see what the National Weather Service in Seattle does. Because I feel like there's a pretty good chance this will be severe right out of the gate. Okay, so we're picking up lightning strikes now for this little pop-up cell just to the northwest of Lake Cushman. Once again, this is moving north-northwest this way. Got lightning strikes over the I-5 corridor north of Longview. This is just south of Castle Rock. Getting some new strikes popping up. Back to the radar. It's about to cross into Lewis County. So if there's any time for this storm to get severe warned in Lewis County, it's got to be in the next 10 minutes, preferably. 104 subs. Thank you again to the new subscriber. Much appreciated. Okay, we got a few new viewers. Hey everyone, welcome in. Alicia, hi there. So now we have the mesoscale discussion concerning the severe thunderstorm watch. Let's pull this up real fast. Severe weather threat continues. So now they're saying into central Washington instead of southern. Okay, Ellsworth, Washington, Clark County. National Weather Service employee reports large tree branch around 3 to 4 inches in diameter down on the ground. 6 p.m. Basically, it's not really talking about expanding the watch, it's just talking about keeping the watch in place that's already there in southwest Washington. Likelihood of this storm making it to the border, very likely at this point. It's not going to be till after dark, but there's a good shot. And we got our first severe thunderstorm warning. There we go.
Severe thunderstorm warning for the following county: Lewis, Washington. The National Weather Service in Seattle has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for southeastern Lewis County in west central Washington until 7:15 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time. At 6:25 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm was located 10 miles northeast of Johnston Ridge Visitor Center, or 11 miles east of Goldwater Ridge Visitor Center, moving north at 30 miles per hour. Hazard: 60 miles per hour wind gusts and half-dollar size hail. Source: radar indicated. Impact: hail damage to vehicles is expected.
$50
Expect wind damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Locations impacted include Packwood, Randall, and Glenoma. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. Large hail, damaging wind, and continuous cloud-to-ground lightning are occurring with this storm. Move indoors immediately. Lightning is one of nature's leading killers. Remember, if you can hear thunder, you are close enough to be struck by lightning. Repeating, a severe thunderstorm warning has been issued until 7:15 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time for the following county: Lewis, Washington. You're listening.
Alright, almost sure you guys heard that, but severe thunderstorm warning now for Lewis County. Let's go ahead and pull that up on the map, and it also said $50 size hail. Super rare around here. Okay, so it's for a wide swath of central and eastern Lewis County. So actually, it looks like, yeah, this echo is really going to expand outwards. This is something we'll have to really keep track of as time goes on. So, okay, so the previous severe thunderstorm warning for Clark, Cowlitz, and Skamania is now expired. Is now replaced by this severe thunderstorm warning for Lewis County. So this includes Packwood, Glenoma, Randall, Morton, as well as areas east of Mayfield Lake. This is just east of Mossy Rock. It's a US 12 going all the way up towards Cayuse Pass. You're in a severe thunderstorm warning. Now is the time to take shelter if you're in the warned area. Repeat, severe thunderstorm warning, chance of 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, and possibly $half, 1.25-inch diameter size hail, which is very rare for this area. Like, I don't think I've ever heard of anything larger than quarter size around here. So, yep, that's just about to cross in. Definitely looks like a bow echo, said Keith. Yes. I'm watching this closely because this is going to be a frame-by-frame development. Yeah, all right, we are up to 36 viewers now, 30 likes. Hey everyone, for those of you just joining, I'm going to say the same exact thing. Hi there, my name's Anthony. I am the host of Puget Sound Stormwatch. Thank you for joining my stream today. Then we have another weather statement from NWS Portland saying a strong thunderstorm will impact Hood River County through 7 p.m. So if you're in Hood River County watching this, you are not yet in the clear. Take shelter now. Posting to my Facebook page now. It's updating them on the severe thunderstorm warning. Michelle says, I love storms. Yes, I'm a huge storm connoisseur. Getting a little breeze now here in Milton. Looking at the satellite, lightning strikes are a few miles south of Rife Lake right now. That thunderstorm up by the Elwha River is recycling right now. It's really nasty cloud top on that storm. Still getting some nice lightning here in Hood River County as well as eastern Clark and western Skamania counties. Just got a report, just saw a ground bolt towards Winlock. This is courtesy of Tiona Kinswa on Facebook. Oh, bless me. Another weather statement for Skamania County, courtesy of NWS Portland. Strong thunderstorm will impact northeastern Skamania County. Okay, so there's the first. Okay, so Joey, thank you for the correction. Is it pronounced El-Wa? El-Wa, right? Not El-Waha. We're getting some signal interference on the radio in the background. Alright guys, I'm going to try to reply to some of your comments on Facebook. I've been neglecting Facebook quite a bit. Yeah guys, so it's looking like so far the weather models earlier that showed a bow echo forming are verifying. Originally, some of the newer ones were pulling back on this, having it as a disorganized system, but now it's clearly getting its act together. Alright, so this is still showing a new lightning strike near Castle Rock. Still showing extremely high cloud tops for this area over Cowlitz, Skamania, and now Lewis counties. This is an indication that there's a lot of rising motion in the atmosphere. Prime time environment for developing strong to severe thunderstorms. If this holds its intensity, we will very likely get a severe thunderstorm through Tacoma by 8:30 p.m. this afternoon. So my advice to everyone watching is to prepare now if you haven't already. Okay, Maddie asks, what's a bow echo? So you see this occluded feature here, how it bows out. That's an indication that there's a lot of wind shearing in the atmosphere, particularly the lower levels. So this is a big time gust producer. And models earlier were picking up on this having a quick gust between 40 to 50 miles per hour ahead of this as it moved up through the I-5 corridor. So this bow shape is due to intensification. Basically, the wind inside of the storm is distorting its shape. Michelle says, I'm in Puyallup, can't wait. I'm in Milton, also can't wait. I had a question on Facebook asking how large I think the hail will be. Guys, if you're coming from Facebook and I didn't answer any questions, my apologies again. Most of my resources are on the YouTube stream at the moment. sent that comment prematurely. So we're at 109 subscribers, still going up. Leading edge of the echo here has now officially crossed into Lewis County. If you're anywhere along US Highway 12 between Mossy Rock and Cayuse Pass, be ready for strong damaging winds and potential large hail. Okay, so the severe thunderstorm watch has been updated by the SPC. Clackamas, Lane, Lynn, Marion, and Multnomah are no longer in the watch. However, Hood River, Clark, and Skamania counties are still in the watch. So, looks like there's no interest from the SPC to move the watch north yet. But I will continue to watch that religiously. Alright, so if you are south of Olympia, you will likely see the tops of these thunderclouds come through in the next hour. Eatonville, be careful, the lightning's getting awfully close now. Remember, lightning can strike up to 15 miles from a storm. Waiting for it to hit in Thurston County very soon now. Same applies for the comment by Seth, what will look like for Lacey. Get ready for storm conditions in the next hour and a half if all goes well. The next hour and a half, be ready for deteriorating weather conditions. You can see the bow echo from the radar. Yes, it is very well defined now. It's one of the best defined bow echoes I've seen on this side of the mountains ever, honestly. Teresa says we're going to try for some picks. If you do get picks, be careful. Remember, listen for thunder. If you hear thunder, seek shelter immediately. That is common weather knowledge. So we are now up to a record 42 viewers, so welcome to the chat. My name's Anthony. I'm the host of Puget Sound Stormwatch. We're currently looking at the strong thunderstorm complex, now severe warned, moving north into Lewis County. It's projected to move through extreme eastern Thurston and most of southern Pierce counties in the next hour. So you're almost out of time if you're waiting for the storms. You're almost out of time if you're along US Highway 12 between Mossy Rock and Cayuse Pass. Getting some really impressive updated scans here. Like, that's over 70 decibels on the radar, which is a good indication that there's a strong updraft that's producing large hail, especially on the west flank of this echo right here. So if you are near Morton, between Mossy Rock and Randall, be ready for possible damaging winds and destructive hail. Okay, so we officially have a spammer on the Facebook page, so if you get a reply from them, then please do not reply. Wow, the spammer is blowing up my Facebook page. So, guys, if you see the spammer before I get to him, go ahead and report the comments for spam. I'm still getting notifications that this guy is spamming my page at the moment. It was only a matter of time before I came to Puget Sound Stormwatch. Alright, so the storm complex is now approaching Rife Lake. We're at 110 subs. So if you are anywhere between Longview and approximately 10 miles south of Rim Rock Lake near Cayuse Pass, be ready for rapidly deteriorating thunderstorm conditions. Okay, probably won't have the time to go through and get all the spam comments right now, but if you do see this spammer, his name is David Jeff. He's replying to a lot of comments on my Facebook page with the same post at the moment. You can either ignore this or you can report it as spam to Facebook. Either way works. But let's see, so can you show the satellite image again? Yes, Maddie, of course. So this is the visible satellite and this is the infrared satellite, and we're getting some nice lime to yellow colored contours here, which is an indication that there is a massive amount of convection in these storms, rising motion to sum it up. So this storm is rapidly gaining strength as it is about to cross US Highway 12 in central Lewis County. And now we have lightning strikes near Glenoma. This is just east of Rife Lake. New scan is out and the storm is holding its intensity. It is right on the edge of US 12. So once again, if you're between Mossy Rock and Cayuse Pass, you're at risk of damaging winds and destructive hail. Please seek shelter immediately if you are in the storm's path. Come on up to Granite Falls. We want to hear the thunder rumble off the canyons. Sounds tempting, but unfortunately, kind of staying where I'm at. And then I got an update from the storm spotter. To all 40 viewers, new and returning, welcome back. This is Anthony from Puget Sound Stormwatch, forecasting this Bow Echo storm in real time. We've officially moved off from the weather models. We are now watching the development as it happens. All right, and we are approaching 5 hours on the stream, which is beyond me, to say the least. Yeah, so we got one last patch of somewhat clear sky about to cross I-90. After that, it's going to be thick clouds for the rest of the night. So, new lightning strikes around the North Fork Toutle River. So, lightning is approaching southern Pierce County. So, if you're in Ashford or LB, be ready for lightning because it can strike up to 15 miles away from a storm. So, once the storm crosses Highway 12, be ready for cloud to ground lightning along the Nisqually. So we are at 112 subscribers, which is still blowing my mind. Thanks again, guys. Okay, do we have any new questions for the stream? I'm going to be taking probably a 5 to 10 minute intermission to use the bathroom, get some water, stretch. Been doing this for a long time. So if you have any last minute comments or questions before I pause the stream for a few minutes, go ahead and post them whenever you feel like it. Keith says, going to sign off for now. All right, Keith, thank you so much for tuning in. Hopefully we'll see you again later on. If not, have a great night and take it easy out there because it's about to be a long night for a lot of people, including yours truly. See how the echo looks on radar scope, and we got an aerial flood advisory now for a few counties in southwestern Washington. So this flood advisory is for this complex of storms that could produce localized urban and small stream flooding. This includes southern Pierce County, southern Thurston County, extreme southeastern Grays Harbor County, and a good majority of Lewis County. Minor flooding in low-lying and poor drainage areas of water over roadways. So if you see water over roadways, turn around, don't drown. That's the saying. Turn around, don't drown. Can't stress that enough. A headache is intensifying, must be a good one coming because the electricity in the air, sky is turning yellow too. That's definitely a good indicator. All you know is listen for the birds. And once the birds really start to fly off, then you know it's time to hunker down because things are going to get crazy. No questions, just a big thank you to you for taking the time to keep everyone informed. Liz, thank you very much for tuning in. Very much appreciated. And got Spotter Snow Code 213 will be live soon. So, question for you. I believe your name is pronounced Topher, if I'm not mistaken. Otherwise, Mr. Dolan. Has the Skywarn Spotter network been activated yet? And for Kitsap County and North Mason, your time will be a little bit later on compared to the South Sound. It's most likely going to be between 10 p.m. and 11 p.m. for the peak of the action. We're getting some high cloud tops approaching the I-5 corridor very quick. So with all of that, I'm going to take a quick little intermission real quick. So thank you guys again for tuning in. If you want to leave the stream for now, feel free. If you don't come back, then have a great night. You know, hopefully you enjoy the lightning show. And I will see you guys in a few. Okay, everyone. Intermission is done. Thanks for those of you who have hung around. Looks like there's 29 of you watching right now, 35 stream likes. Now, if my Facebook page wasn't already blowing up, now it definitely is. Okay, so this is the recent satellite and lightning map, visible satellite imagery, and then this is the infrared. And so far, the prediction for the simulated infrared satellite is coming to fruition. See this little orange spot? It's a really tall cloud top right there. And actually, as a matter of fact, this orange spot could spread out if it verifies, like previous forecasts have said. It has this huge complex coming right up over Tacoma at around 8 o'clock, perhaps 8:30. 117 subscribers. Think about it like this. We started at 24 yesterday, and now we're at 117. To a lot of bigger channels, that doesn't seem like a huge increase, but to me, that means everything. So it looks like with this recent model run, the storm is starting to expand westward and is now starting to affect parts of the I-5 corridor between Centralia and Chehalis. So we shall see exactly how this plays out in the Chehalis River Valley. Because there were some indications of some rotation coming up earlier. But it's not definitive on that radar, at least. Check the Portland radar again. Yeah, not really much rotation on that, so the risk of seeing a funnel cloud is pretty low from that complex right now. And it's now showing up quite well on the Seattle radar. So this is 100 nautical miles, which is equivalent to 115 miles. It is within that line, so the outflow boundary of this storm is still about 70 to 80 miles out from the radar site. But it's already within 40 or so miles of the Tacoma I-5 corridor. So, like I said, I can't stress this enough. If you haven't already, begin to take preparations for strong storms. It's the same preparations you would take for a windstorm. Make sure you have batteries. Make sure you got at least a day's worth of extra food, lots of water, first aid kit. Don't use any propane or gas appliances inside. And no updates yet from NWS Seattle, but they did issue a statement for a strong thunderstorm for western Lewis County affecting the I-5 corridor, including Chehalis, Centralia, and Grand Mound. So 50 mile per hour wind gusts and 3/4 diameter hail, 3/4 inch hail. So it's very possible that a new warning will be issued shortly. So stand by for that. Believe we are getting close to 3,700 likes. Yeah, we are 43 likes away from hitting 3,700 page likes on the Facebook page. Alright, it's starting to become much more clear now on the Seattle radar. To get the best overall image, you have to go to either the coastal radar or the Portland radar. It is still showing some nice hail contours. Returns of upwards of 65 to 70 decibels on the reflectivity. Looks like it's weakening on the Portland radar, but it's moving out of the Portland radar range, so we'll have to switch over to the Langley Hill and Camino Island radars to really see the full intensity of this event. Just as the models are predicting to, it's starting to spread out west and east. And then we have a new special weather statement out for Lewis, Thurston, and Pierce counties. Strong thunderstorm will impact portions of northeastern Lewis, southeastern Thurston, and southeastern Pierce counties through 7:45 p.m. Strong thunderstorm 7 miles northwest of Randall, 16 miles west of Packwood, moving north at 40 miles per hour. So this thing's got some speed to it. Wind gusts 50 miles per hour and penny size hail. Penny size is right around, let's see, 3/4 of an inch. So it's pushing borderline severe criteria. This includes the cities of Packwood, Eatonville, Mount Rainier National Park, Randall, Paradise, Mineral, Ashford, Elby, Longmire, and Glenova. Just getting some pictures from the south. And okay, so the severe thunderstorm warning has officially been allowed to expire for Lewis County. Let's go ahead and pull up that statement here real fast. So we need to go to the update. The severe thunderstorm which prompted the warning has weakened, therefore the warning will be allowed to expire. But the special weather statement remains in effect for the storm, so be advised there is the potential it could recycle and go back to severe. The threat is not over. The threat, I repeat, the threat is not over. Starting to get some really cool colors outside now as the sun begins to set. So we now have lightning well within 50 miles of the SeaTac metro area. So we are in the home stretch of things, folks. Okay, Amy says you're better than the news. Thank you, but I have much less credibility than the news. But I do appreciate the comment. I try my best. Why does it say Iowa State University? So the bot that developed these. All right, let me explain this better by showing you guys. So let's refresh the page again. So this was developed by a guy at Iowa State University. It's called the Iowa Environmental Mesonet. So that's what IEM stands for. I'm using a bot that is searching for alerts from Seattle and Portland and relaying them instantaneously the moment they're issued. It's a really useful tool. So although it's being the server is hosted from Iowa State, I'm still picking it up clear as day here in Washington. It's accessible all around the country and for U.S. territories as well. And you can even access it too if you want. Let me go ahead and put a link for you in the comments. So this is what it looks like for me on my top screen right now. So here's the severe thunderstorm warning issuance, flood advisory, 2 statements, and the expiration. So now we'll put that back up. So now we wait to see if this goes severe warned again. If it does go severe warned, it would most likely be for northern Lewis County, southeastern Thurston, and southern Pierce counties. So the storm has officially crossed Highway 12. It is moving north from that point on. So now if you are along Highway 7 from Morton up to Elby, this includes the city of Mineral, you are in the direct path of this line of storms, and you should take shelter as soon as possible. This line of storms will next be impacting cities such as Bucota in Thurston County, Elby in Pierce County, and Ashford in Pierce County. This includes the Nisqually entrance into Mount Rainier National Park. And if you're in any of these areas of central Pierce County and central Thurston County, you could eventually feel the wind start to pick up. That is a sign that it's time to head indoors as soon as possible because conditions are going to rapidly deteriorate. As a matter of fact, if you look south, you may be able to see some lightning already. Let me try a little experiment here, see if I can pull up one of my cameras outside. It might work, it might not. We'll give it a try though. Yeah, I don't really have a great angle, but I am going to pull up one from my front yard that it's in 1080p resolution. So this is what my front yard looks like right now. You can see the darkening sky in the back. So the bit rate of the camera is not super high, so the photo quality isn't going to be amazing. But if there's lightning, you can still see it off in the distance. This will look really great during the nighttime. So yeah, the gray sky over there, that's your thunderstorm complex coming in. Time is running out for the Tacoma area. Alright, so we have reached out to 384 people and gotten 5 engagements on the story already. Not too shabby. My original story has hit over 1,200 different accounts and has 37 reactions. So you heard from a relative in Packwood a few minutes ago. Her house was creaking from the wind. Thank you for your comment, Adam. Yeah, I certainly believe it. It's really starting to darken outside now. So, and thank you to the 118th subscriber. You're amazing. The newest scan is in, and LB Ashford, you guys are out of time. The storm is on your tail now. So, yes, this is evident by lightning detection. Lightning has been detected outside of Ashford. And this is quickly moving to the north-northwest. It's this way. So, Eatonville, you're up next. This will also eventually affect Bucota, Tenino, Rainier, Yelm, McKenna, and Roy as well. If you're in Pierce and Thurston counties, especially southeast Thurston County and southern Pierce County, be ready for rapidly deteriorating conditions in the next half hour. Okay, in other news, it looks like we just had a severe thunderstorm warning issued for Benton and Klickitat counties in eastern Washington. This is for a separate complex of storms. They will likely stay east of the Cascades for the time being. New radar scans in, and it shows possibly an isolated cell developing near the city of Porter and Grays Harbor County. This is a little bit southeast of the town of Montesano. This is also a little bit northwest of Oakville. This will be moving north-northwest, likely parallel this part of US Highway 12 and then cross Highway 8, Washington Highway 8, in the next few minutes. So if you're on Highway 8 between Elma and McCleary, be ready for a burst of heavy rain and possibly lightning. Okay, we now have lightning within 1 mile of Elby. And brand new strike just southeast of Rainier here. So if you are along the Pierce and Thurston County border, seek shelter as soon as possible. Borderline severe thunderstorm is on your doorstep. See, Amy is in Rochester and just got it. It's very dark. Oh, and it just got very dark. Never mind. Okie doke. That's really loud car driving by. Excuse that. Okay, guys, I'm going to tap out for just a second. I want to go see what the conditions are like outside real quick. I'll be right back. So for now, I'll go ahead and leave this animation of the lightning app on here so you guys can see exactly where the strikes are occurring. Be right back. Yeah, it is extremely dark to the south and southeast. So, you've got a little under an hour perhaps for most of central and northern Pierce County before storm conditions take place. So, at the moment, I'm going to keep this live stream up until it gets right up in my neck of the woods, which is right in here. And then the live stream will likely end from that point on. So we are at 5 hours 19 minutes. It is 7:21 p.m. We have been live since 2:02 p.m. Subscriber check. We are hanging on at 118. Radar is nothing shy of impressive at the moment. Okay, Portland, no, nothing interesting. Just climate reports. Okay, so we have 40 of you watching, 39 stream likes. If you're watching and would like to ask a question, feel free to any time. I am available to answer them to the best of my ability and in a timely manner. Go ahead. So I'm going to switch over to my camera that's about 30 feet above my house right now. Gonna see if we can get any lightning off in the upper right corner of this. So the darkening is over here. The best place for lightning right now would be in the corner where that tree is. See just how well the cameras pick it up. So far, not seeing anything. So leave it on for another minute or so. Just a quick radar update. Right now, all of Lewis County, you're in the peak of thunderstorm activity. It actually looks like that big cell over here did not verify initially, but this storm complex here is verifying so far. Marching its way north. You may actually get some light showers here very soon if you're in central Pierce County, and you'll feel the wind kick up from the south. The wind will switch from the north to the south. And we are at 120 subs. Just got a little bit darker there in the corner. So I'm going to try something for you guys. I'm going to simulcast two cameras, two different angles. See if we can pick up anything. So let's experiment with this. Yeah, so keep an eye in this area here, this area here. I'm going to keep this on for a couple minutes. Let's see, so Teresa says definitely coming in. Lacey is getting dark. Clouds moving in, dark and relatively quick. Yep, Lacey, you are almost out of time. You got about a half hour before storm conditions rapidly deteriorate. We are losing light fast outside. Time-lapse camera still going alive and well. Natalie says starting to rain at the Lewis and Thurston County border. Hearing some rumbling. It's dark outside and getting breezy. Maddie says, can you move your picture? Oh. Lost that live view. Move picture to a different corner. Unfortunately, Maddie, I'm doing this through Ring's server, and it doesn't allow me to pan, tilt, or zoom, I'm afraid. So these are fixed angles that I'm working with here. So what I'm going to do is I'm probably going to wait till the action gets closer. So for now, we're going to disable this camera. We're going to go back and check the radar real quick and then go back to the Windy app. Starting to get some really high cloud tops moving over Eatonville right now. So this is southern Pierce County. Getting lightning strikes over southeastern Thurston County and some new strikes over western and southern western Lewis County and southern Thurston County. So you can see we're still getting some strikes down in Clark County as well, right along the Lewis River. Let's go ahead and switch the, whoops, I'm going to switch the radar real quickly. So this is once again looking at the Seattle radar, and actually it's painting sort of a bigger picture that the coastal radar wasn't picking up. It's Picking up more discrete cells ahead of the main line here in eastern Grays Harbor County and western Thurston County. Put this into motion. You can see those ones are stretching out to the northwest now. So this will be affecting Highway 8 here soon. Between the western part of Olympia, the junction with US 101, and the junction with US 12 in the city of Elma. Oh, picture of me. Move your picture to a different corner. Is it because I'm not centered for most of it? Oh, and picture. Okay, disregard that now. So dark in Bonnie Lake. Puyallup, clouds are getting darker. Trees are still, no wind yet. Very large trees close. As soon as the wind hits, it will be easy to see. Oh, it was covering the out. Oh, yes, I see what you mean. Now, my camera here in the corner was blocking the image inadvertently. Back to channel analytics, we are up to 122. Big time storm reflectivity showing up over Mount Rainier National Park. The bulk of the activity actually does seem to be losing its organization just a little bit, but it's still got sort of a bowing structure with some isolated pockets of stronger storms embedded. So if you look to the south, you should begin to see lightning here very shortly. And still no updates from NWS Seattle, so my guess is they're going to let this ride. Perhaps put a few weather statements out, but I don't know if we're going to get any more warnings tonight. Might have been a one and done. Graham, thunder heading your way. So we got lightning strikes just west of Mount Rainier. This is near Paradise. So if you are along the Puyallup River drainages here, get ready. This includes areas east of Eatonville, also including the city limits of Eatonville itself. Maddie asks, are you surprised a severe warning hasn't been issued? Honestly, no, because the National Weather Service in Seattle does not issue very many warnings, even for stronger storms. They're mostly the special weather statement kind of people. So when they do issue warnings like they did previously, you know it's a pretty big deal. Portland issued a lot of warnings for this complex prior to it moving into Washington, and that's no surprise because Portland's always on the warnings. Seattle, however, nothing against the weather office, but they seem to really refrain from putting warnings out when they should. So far, radar is still showing some pretty strong outflow winds with this complex. So perhaps maybe a little area of rotation there, crossing into Pierce County, but it's nothing definitive. So anytime now we should have showers approaching the southern part of Pierce County. This includes areas such as Sumner, Milton, Edgewood, Puyallup, Bonnie Lake, Buckley, Tacoma, Fife, and Lakewood. If you're in any of these cities, be ready for thunderstorm conditions in the next half hour. Storms are quickly moving north. take another outdoors check, so hang with me. Be back momentarily. All right, everyone. So it's probably going to be about 15 to 20 minutes left on the stream just so I can get ready to launch my drone. And it looks like we have another spammer on the page. So if you see a comment from Bangaputra or similar, it is spam. Feel free to report that as spam. Let's go back to visible imagery real quick, and there's really robust cloud tops moving in. This is something you see maybe twice in a decade around here, if that. Truly phenomenal territory. See, so Keith, welcome back. Nice to see you again. And I believe this is Angie. Ange for short says Thunder in Bonnie Lake. That means you are close enough to be struck by lightning, so if you're not already, head to your nearest shelter, preferably indoors. If you can watch safely from a window, that is the best way to take advantage of this time. For me, I have a GoPro set up outside my window doing a time lapse right now, and eventually I'll be breaking out the DSLR camera with a really high fidelity, high brightness lens, one that is perfect for nighttime shots like this with low light. And I'm also going to be flying my drone, my DJI Mini 3 Pro, for a little bit into the air ahead of the storm to see if I can get some aerial lightning shots. Just got a report of lightning to the southeast. This is from Puyallup. I'm going to go ahead and pull up my front yard ring camera one more time. So watch this corner over here. Right now it's trying to compensate for the weird exposure outside, so it's overexposing the light right now, but it is very dark outside at the moment. This is being recorded on a Ring Spotlight Cam Pro. So far on the camera, there are no definitive flashes, although that will likely change in the next few minutes. So we are just shy of 50 viewers, a brand new record. So Megan in Buckley says thunder being reported. Spooky Kabuki saying the wind is coming. How can we watch your drone footage? So unfortunately, I'm not able to live stream it. However, I can edit and upload it at a later date. I've been really terrible of this recently, but I have a lot of weather footage from the last year that I have saved up that needs to be put together and uploaded to this channel. This will be one of those events, and I'm hoping to get it done in order, preferably. But if this event does pan out as great as it's expected to pan out, then it will be uploaded at an earlier date than the rest. Visual lightning and Lacey. Okay. So you are definitely close enough to be struck by lightning. Let's wait for an updated scan on this radar. Go back to satellite. We got lightning strikes directly over Eatonville now. So if you're in Tacoma looking to your southeast towards Mount Rainier, you should be able to see lightning anytime now. Clear as day, visible cloud to ground lightning strikes. Brand new one. In the White River drainage over here. Actually, excuse me, that's not even close. It's part of the Puyallup drainage. So here where the Puyallup River goes up to the mountain glacier, that's where the lightning's striking at the moment. So if you want to see good lightning, look towards Mount Rainier. Repeat, look towards Mount Rainier if you want to see the best shot of lightning right now. So the tallest and strongest storm clouds are currently crossing into southern Pierce County. Bulk of it is between Mount Rainier and Yelm. Currently head on over Eatonville, moving into Graham, Carbonado, Wilkeson, South Prairie, and Ording very shortly. Lots of new strikes popping up over Mount Rainier. So we're going to go ahead and see if I can reactivate this live view. See, some of my solar lights are even turning on. That's how dark it's getting. So let's see if the exposure is going to compensate for the lightning or not. See, back to the stream, lightning south Edgewood. Yes, that is really close to me. Edgewood is the city right next door to mine. Feeling a big drop in air temperature now too. Don't worry, those were car lights, not lighting. So the best shot of lightning would be over in this corner right over here. Okay, 49 viewers. So we are now at a brand new record of viewers. Hello, all 49 of you. Thank you to the 42 that liked the stream. The stream will be ending soon, probably in the next 10 minutes or so. It's not going to make it to 6 hours. Yep, we got a lightning flash right there. Clear as day, lightning flash right there in the corner. So what I can probably do is just move the live stream over to... Okay, so we do have a new statement now for this thunderstorm moving in. Let's go ahead and switch to that real quick. Wind gusts 50 miles per hour and 3/4 inch diameter hail. This is South King and Eastern Pierce. So this includes the city of Enumclaw. This includes Buckley, Enumclaw, and Greenwater. And parts of southern Maple Valley as well. Black Diamond, you're in this. Flaming Geyser State Park, you're in this. This is just south of Maple Valley. This storm is heading right towards you, Enumclaw. Storm may intensify. Be ready for possible warnings. So this includes Auburn, Bonnie Lake, Enumclaw, Buckley, Black Diamond, Carbonado, Wilkeson, South Prairie, Prairie Ridge, Greenwater, and Lake Morton, Berrydale. So let's go ahead and look again, see if we get any more lightning strikes, which we most likely will. Let's see, wind has picked up as well. Thank you for the report, Teresa. Ange says, thank you for streaming today. Sure thing, my pleasure. definitely want to do this a lot more now that I see how much support the channel has now. It's great motivation for future content on this YouTube channel. And Teresa also says, really appreciate your live streaming. Yeah, absolutely. It's a pleasure. So yeah, I think what I may do now is after about 7:45 or so, I'm going to switch to my outdoor cameras, and you guys are actually going to see me walk out front and launch my drone. Rather watch you than local news. Thank you, Angie. I do appreciate it. However, local news does have much more credibility than I do. I'll be honest, I am 100% an amateur when it comes to this. I do not have a degree in the weather field. However, I do have a larger passion than I do a lot of people in this area for weather. Yeah, so once again, look in the corner. Yep, there's a small flash right there. So this corner is the best place to look for lightning right now. So I'm going to go ahead and wind down the Q&A and the radar part of the live stream, and I'm going to switch strictly over to webcams. So, thank you guys for watching today. If you don't want to see the live cameras, feel free to exit the stream whenever you feel like it. Thank you guys for tuning in to the first official live stream of Puget Sound Stormwatch. And if you guys are watching the lightning tonight, then get ready. Here it comes. But till that point on, you go ahead and switch over to my two main camera angles. And let's go ahead and begin the transition over to this part. So I'm going to go ahead and turn off my video. So once again, I appreciate you guys for tuning in today. Hopefully you guys enjoy these weather webcams. I'm going to be outside launching my drone from the driveway here very shortly. So until then, till the next live stream. Yeah, for 4 hours. Matthew, thank you for your dedication. Spooky Kabuki, you're very welcome. Super honored to be a part of the first live stream. Teresa, seeing a lot of lightning strikes. Yeah, get ready, because if it's going to be anything like September 7th, 2019, hold on to your horses. As a matter of fact, we might even be seeing a shelf cloud structure coming up here. So I'm going to hurry up and get outside. So thank you guys so much for watching. I'm going to go ahead and mute the audio. And we're going to stick to webcams. See you guys for the next one.